We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Town of Mono Council meeting of Tuesday, November 26, 2024. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono's Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. This meeting can be viewed contemporaneously or at a later date on our website. We have a quorum. Just as a reminder, the location of the emergency exits are behind the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing to the clerk. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the Town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Teotante, Attawaddaron, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the Town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways and resources. Just to indicate, we'll be taking a break at 10:30 and a further lunch break at 12 o'clock and then returning after lunch. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 2024 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Manctilo. Councillor Davies seconds. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. I have a motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 18, 2024 as circulated. Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition to that? And that motion carries. We have two proclamations, the first of which is National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, whereas on December 6, 1989, a massacre occurred at the Canadian University that shook our nation. A young man walked into École Polytechnique in Montreal and killed 14 women and injured another 10. And whereas on average every 6 days, a woman in Canada is killed by her partner, and this year thousands of women will face violence in the form of harassment, assault, intimate partner violence, and many other forms of abuse. And whereas ending violence against women can be achieved through continued anti-violence education programs and with the constant reminders of our responsibilities to treat all members of society with dignity and respect, and whereas we can work towards eliminating violence against women through our individual actions in naming the violence when we witness it and supporting those who are affected, whether they be at home, school, or in the workplace or public spaces. On behalf of Council, I do hereby proclaim December 6, 2024 as National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women in the Town of Mono, and invite everyone to join us in remembering the 14 women killed in 1989 and the many women who have lost their lives to gender-based violence since.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add that Family Transition Place will be having a candlelight vigil on December 5th, Thursday, December 5th, from 5 till 5:30 at 20 Brendan Parkway. Everybody's invited if you want to let them know you want to attend.
Thank you, and it is an outdoor event, so dress appropriately. If I can just say one further thing, one of the sectors that does wonderful work in the realm of trying to educate and deal with this issue are the victim services organizations. And we have a victim services organization that encompasses both Dufferin and Caledon. The sad thing is that they are absolutely starved of resources by the province. The increase in their budget this year went up by, I think, $17,000. And that's barely enough it doesn't even hire additional individuals. It's barely enough to conduct the kind of consultation that they do with their clients. On the other hand, and I have not made much of a fuss about this, one of the reasons I talk about POA fines in default is that for every dollar of default money, 20% is further collected for purposes of victim services. So it is absolute malpractice to leave all that money on the table and not have the province collect for the victim services surcharge. So I just add that as a interesting thing. I think 20% of $4 billion is a significant sum of money.
Sure is.
Thank you. Second proclamation is Giving Tuesday. Whereas Giving Tuesday is a national day of giving taking place on Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024, and whereas Giving Tuesday is a celebration of generosity and volunteerism that encourages residents to give as much as they can and in whatever way they can, and whereas giving can take many forms, including donating to local nonprofit, volunteering your time, giving physical goods, or helping your neighbors, and whereas it is fitting and proper on Giving Tuesday to recognize the tremendous impact of donations, volunteerism, and community services in the town of Mono, and whereas Tuesday is an opportunity to encourage our citizens to serve others through the holiday season and throughout the year, on behalf of Council, I do hereby proclaim December 3rd, 2024 to be Giving Tuesday in Mono and encourage all residents to embrace the spirit of generosity that has always strengthened our community by giving to their favorite local charity. And just a reminder that we've, I think, gone a long way towards meeting that objective in terms of our collection for the food bank, and congratulations and thanks to everyone who's participated in that. I don't know who's winning, but it doesn't matter. It's just wonderful to see everything over on the side of the room and know that there's even more behind that. Okay, public question period. Fred.
There were no questions submitted in advance, Your Worship.
Oh, okay. The gallery. Elaine, come on forward.
Elaine Kehoe, 388-193 Mono Center Road. The holiday season is approaching, and we're going to be seeing a great number of our neighbors. Has Council made a decision whether they will allow a committee to be formed with respect to finding the replacements for the two different committees, the Committee of Adjustments and the Planning?
So I think that issue is on our agenda from the standpoint of placing ads, and maybe Council, when that comes up, when we get to that point in the agenda, Council can have a discussion about your suggestion as well. I think, frankly, in my opinion, we sort of have to do both, but there's no reason why one can be done to the exclusion of the other.
Thank you. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great question. Just a point of clarification. The Council only meets and discusses things as a group here publicly. So when you bring something, because I know that you brought it a couple of weeks ago, and it's kind of like, okay, well, why didn't you do something in the couple of weeks, right? And budget discussions have happened, and so it's been on the agenda, but it got pushed over, right? And so there is none of us discussing things, so you all hear it at the same time. So we're on it, but it just is slower than.
It's just that Christmas season is coming, and that's when everybody sees one another.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And you know, the notion of encouraging our neighbors and friends to participate in town committees and activities, that can apply to any town committee or activity. But you know, thank you for bringing it up. It does give us an opportunity to cast maybe a wider net than we otherwise would by simply advertising by itself.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there anyone online? Okay. We have no delegations. Unfinished business and deferred items. We have our list. Any comments on the list? Ralph?
I had the opportunity to take part in the designation celebration for the Hockley Historic Community Hall, and it brought up to my thinking about where we were on the discussion of partnership opportunities. So I guess this is directed to Mr. Dunmore to see if there's been anything new. I did talk to the mayor of Adgetos, and he, at his level, he wasn't aware of any discussions since last April. So there may be an issue within their staff to mayor sort of. I know they've been through some changes there. I'm wondering if it's worth just a little reminder to them that we're still interested in this.
So if I could comment on, Councillor Manktel, if I could comment on this and the list in general. So you are correct. John and I did meet with the current CAO, or the past CAO from Agila and their mayor, and that was back in April. Boy, that flies. But your council is basically waiting on a report from us. There didn't seem, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but there didn't seem to be a huge, I think we need to propose something to Agila. There was some brief discussions on partnership, and they did say that they would entertain and look at that. With respect to the list in general, Fred and I have yet to sit down with respect to the dates, and I know that concern was a concern of council. And Fred and I will try and get something for the December 10th meeting with respect to the completion dates.
All right, can I add something? He did indicate some a positive response to being involved, and I think we should, while the opportunities there, pursue this.
Absolutely. I do owe council a report on that, and hopefully over the month of December I can start to get pen to paper.
Anything else on our list? Okay, next item on the agenda is bylaws correspondence, new business additions to the agenda. The first item is Bridge 21 Barrier, and Matt, if you can bring us up to speed on that.
Yep, thanks, Mayor Croman. As I indicated to council last week, Public Works did take some steps to get some quotes when we became aware of the damage at the bridge. Also knowing that there was a potential of not getting contractors or favorable pricing in 2024, we added it to the 2025 budget, capital budget as well. I'm pretty happy to see the prices that came in. And the interest. I guess there's some openings for with some contractors this time of year gearing down, and yeah, I've had a lot of experience working with all of them, but especially WG Kelly Construction, and they could fit the work in, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Fred?
And you found this money in the 2024 budget. I went back and kind of did a quick look, and I don't know which one you took it out of, but it was, we have that money in the 2024 budget.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Nix. Les and I looked at a couple budget lines, and we were able to pull roadside safety and some of the guide rail. We carry a $25,000 to $30,000 budget for guide rail every year, and fortunately we haven't had too many impact damages throughout 2024. So that money is being allocated to that. To Bridge 21.
So we've just cut 160,000 out of the proposed 2025 budget.
That's correct.
Which is good.
And it's not even
start.
9:16 in the morning. We're doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. And then Melinda.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a nice gift. I want to ask the question, have to put my glasses on so I can read it. So in that this was caused by a vehicular impact, how much do we get from the insurance company of the offending parties?
Thank you, Councillor Capes. It's a great question. I always tell operations staff to keep an eye out for these types of issues that occur. Anytime they see impact damage, to report it to the supervisor. We monitor this stuff with patrol. Unfortunately, in this case, we weren't aware when it happened, and no police report was received on it. I'm thinking it was most likely agricultural. I don't know. I could only speculate at this time. But we do try to keep operations staff aware. If they see anything like this, come out to let everybody know, so we could contact OPP as soon as possible and try to get those reports. And, you know, if we're adding these types of instances to our town insurance every time, our rates are only going to continue to skyrocket. So I think this is the best case scenario for this one, and it's going to improve the roadside safety and maintain the level of service that the town provides.
Right, exactly. Great. I was just hoping we could collect from somebody. Thank you. Thank you.
And I think at last Tuesday's meeting, we did talk about the possibility of pursuing a repair as opposed to a replacement.
Yeah.
So that's good. Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Matt, so the replacement was recommended, and then this is a repair for now. But what is the actual state of how is it going to be in the future? Is it really 160 gone, or is that going to come up because there is something more to do than just the 61 for the railing itself?
Thanks, Councillor Davies. Roadside safety guide rail protection barriers are constantly evolving. The codes are constantly changing. We look at these biennially during the bridge inspections, specifically to guide rail that's attached to the bridges, and there's always recommendations made by the consultant at that time. We take those into considerations and prioritize them accordingly. I would say that this would buy a significant amount of time. Bridge 21 is circa 1920, 1930, I believe, off the top of my head. So, you know, we did a rehabilitation on Bridge 21 in 2014, early 2014. So it has been rehabilitated, the deck repairs, waterproofing to extend its life. So I would say this is going to buy a decent amount of time and also improve the, you know, roadside safety at the same time.
Thank you.
Matt, thank you. It sounds like a very good move. I'm looking at a picture of the bridge that you included in your report a few council meetings ago. Specifically, what's going to be done? And there's mention of concrete damage that's not going to be repaired. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Thanks, Councillor McDelot. Yeah, so there will be concrete repairs to the fascia. We're going to pull all the barrier thri-beam. The thri-beam is the part that's mounted to the structure. With the beam is the double channel that's attached to the vertical posts on the structure. Right. And so that all has to be taken off. Any damaged components will be replaced. All the anchors have to be chipped out and replaced, drilled in and epoxied in, and the proper anchorage reinstalled. And then all the approaching and leaving end guide rail has to be removed and readjusted to fit the new barrier on the bridge. So it's extensive. It's a lot of difficult work, especially when you're trying to preserve the existing components, right? It's a lot easier to, a lot of time, pull that stuff out and put all new stuff in, is what we had accounted for in 2025. But we're trying to preserve as much of the existing as we can.
Sounds to me like a pretty complete restitution. Yeah. Good.
Okay. I have a motion that council for the town of Mono accept the total bid price of $61,997.45, inclusive of HST, from W.G. Kelly Construction of Mitchell, Ontario. And that's Councillor Capes moves, second by Councillor Mantalo. Any further discussion? Any opposed? That motion carries. Next item is the water and wastewater rates amending rate. Now, is that you, Les, or is that Public Works?
It's me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, so as I point out in my memo, our last water and wastewater rate study was completed in 2015. Both studies gave us rates to this year, 2024. The plan was to have a rate study completed this year, but with our consultants, we were busy, if council recalls, with our development charges bylaw and making sure we met the July 1st asset management plan. We do have till June to implement a new rate study. We have engaged Watson's, the ball is rolling now for the rate study, and the plan is to have it completed by end of May and into council's hand. So the two bylaws being proposed is just so we can send the bills out in January. And then once the rate study is completed, at that time, council can decide, do you continue with these bylaws or then update the bylaws depending what the rates turn out to be with Watson's study in May. So this is just give us authorization to send out the bills in January.
Elaine?
Through you. Thank you very much, Les. Just out of curiosity, how do our water rates compare with surrounding municipal water rates? Do we
Actually,
know that?
regarding
Not
water
to put you
rate,
on the spot, but
regarding water rates, we're quite competitive. I mean, we're not the highest and we're not the lowest, but for our size of municipality, I mean, we only have 1,100 approximately water users, so we're quite competitive. I hate to sound like a marketing speech, but it's not outrageous.
okay, great. Thank you.
And how do we compare in terms of sewage?
It depends who you compare us to. We're a little higher because we only have 350 approximately on the system, so less people are paying to carry the cost of the sewage plant. So we're a little higher on that end. But I think between the water rate and the sewage rate, people that are the residents that are paying the sewage rate, it's blended out for them, so it's not the huge impact if the water rate and the sewage rate were comparable.
And are we still unique in terms of giving our water users a bit of a break if they conserve water versus if they use an inordinate amount of water?
Yes, we are, because if you look at the rates, they're leveled out. So if you're within 350 cubic meters in the year, you're at the lowest rate. It's kind of like the graduated hydro rates. If you're a high user, the rates are quite a lot more.
We were amongst, I think, 4 or 5% of Canadian municipalities to take this approach back in the late 90s when we introduced it. But my question was, are we still unique, or do other municipalities surrounding us give their water users the same kind of scale?
I myself, I'm not aware of the scaling of the water rates. I think we are still unique compared to other municipalities.
Right. And then,
I just was going to ask, because I think it's true, even though we have a rate schedule that goes up with water use, the vast majority of our homes are still in that first category, are they not? I mean, it looks nice on paper, but in fact, very few people get over 350 cubic meters a year. I think I'm right in saying that.
That's true. I mean, there are the odd one that does hit the max, but that's one or two at the most.
Thank you for asking that, Fred. That was similar to my question. I wanted to understand what the average use is. Do we know that?
Most of the use are within the first two range bands.
First two ranges?
A
Okay.
majority in the first range.
Okay, thank you.
and maybe this is a question for Mike, but have we ever come close to scaling back the use of water, having our residents, for instance, not water their lawns, or being more frugal in terms of the amount of water they use in a summertime scenario?
So, thank you, Your Worship. So I did discuss that. We were going to partner with a similar bylaw to Orangeville's, but theirs was very aggressive. We've monitored our quantity very closely, and we're still working with Matt and his department. We still plan to have a reasonable conservation platform. And we definitely know, back to Deputy Mayor Nix, we know exactly how much individuals use. That's how we meter it, and we can almost tell who has sprinkler systems. You know, in a perfect world, nobody would use a high amount of water, but if everybody used zero, there wouldn't be any money to fund the system too. So there's a balance. There's a balance on conservation with quantity available in the aquifer and what's responsible.
Right, thank you.
And of course, it depends on what Mother Nature does, because if we get lots of rain, then people don't need to turn on their sprinklers.
Yeah, we've been very happy with the water levels in our well, the static water levels in our wells. Cardinal Woods is the biggest system that we monitor, and we're very happy with the quantity that's available in the aquifers below the systems right now.
I was just going to add, Mike, about 10 or 12 years ago, we had a level 2 water quantity threat, and I don't know whether we have a bylaw to enforce it, but we did ask the Cardinal Woods users to not sprinkle their lawns. I mean, again, I don't know how enforceable it was, but we did go around asking people not to water their gardens.
Council can set immediate conservation acts with respect to our bylaw at whatever level, I guess, that would be recommended by staff. So that is in place. The water bylaw obviously will be amended in June of this year. There's a twofold process that we're doing this in June. Our drinking water works permit requires a 5-year annual financial plan to be completed. That's part of this process. And in order for us to get our drinking water works permit, we need this financial plan. So at that time, Matt will be working with his department and myself to ensure that the water bylaw incorporates some of these conservation suggestions. What would be our route moving forward, and what's reasonable for the residents to still enjoy their properties and still protect the aquifer.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend bylaw 2014-35, water service rates in the town of Mono, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. The Deputy Mayor moves that, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any further discussion? Seeing none, motion is carried. Under the 2025 budget, we have a, oh, sorry.
Your worship, there is a second motion for the wastewater rates in addition to the water rates.
Right, okay, sorry. And it reads as follows, that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to amend bylaw 2014-36 wastewater service rates in the town of Mono, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition to that? That motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is a submission from the Mono Tennis Club. Kim?
You don't want to look at the meeting schedule?
You missed the meeting schedule.
Oh, the meeting schedule. Oh, yes, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the budget too quickly. Meeting schedule. Fred?
So this time of year, I always bring forward a proposed schedule for council. We follow the basic procedure bylaw of every second and fourth Tuesday with a few common and traditional changes to that. That's what I've put forward for next year. But I also make note that council may want to start thinking about a spring town hall meeting, and I've given a suggested week range, but that's just a suggestion.
Okay. And that is the week of May 5th to May 10th.
Correct.
Fred?
Is there any possibility that my fellow councillors and staff would consider an evening meeting for the January 14th, 2025 date? I've discussed this with the clerk. It's not important. If that's inconvenient for everyone, fine. I'm going to be in the hospital on January the 14th. So I can't make that meeting, which isn't that big a deal. You four could easily handle the ship while I'm not here, but I just wondered, is it something we could consider an evening meeting?
You would be home in the evening?
Well, they haven't told me yet, but I'm hoping to be.
But are you sure you don't want to come and sit
Yeah, that's the
Well,
question.
one of the reasons why we do the morning meetings is because we're all got a lot more vim and vigor in the morning,
I
and
know.
a day down to
Okay.
Toronto and back might just be too much.
What if we move the meeting to another week?
You know, the clerk has already said he's got scheduled, we've discussed this and Fred's tried, and no, it's just impossible. It was just a simple request, your worship. If it's too complicated, drop it.
You said it was impossible.
I don't.
Okay, any further discussion? And just to the issue of the town hall meeting, the motion seems to call for a precise date and time on that. I mean, we could choose, and, you know, I threw out the suggestion that maybe the Mono-Mulmer Citizens Coalition could organize a town hall meeting, and that we could try a different format. And I don't know whether those dates conform with what they...
They're here.
But
And
we-
they're here.
I just-
We should choose the date, shouldn't we?
Well, and on that point, your worship, and I hate to be the problem here, I won't be here on Saturday, April the 27th. So I would go for Wednesday, June 14th.
Well, the staff recommendation is May 5th to the 10th, something in that range.
Oh, okay. Did I miss that? Right there. Virtual.
So come on forward.
Okay, I'm okay with that date.
Good morning.
I expect to be aware of that.
Okay.
Representing Mono-Mulmer Coalition, we were looking at the first Saturday or the last Saturday in April for the first town hall meeting, and I hope you would consider adding that to your schedule. I did check with the clerk yesterday, and it appears to be clear.
Well, again, Barb, it's not that important, but I won't be here for the last Saturday in April.
What about the first Saturday in April?
I'll be here.
Yes.
Okay, just so I can be clear, because I know what they do in Mulmer. And it is a town hall meeting, but it is actually hosted and facilitated by MC Squared, has been in the past. And I think that's what we're looking for.
I just threw it out as a suggestion.
So we don't
Council has to
need
decide.
2 dates for town hall meetings. We need 1 date. That's what I was thinking. Is that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So May 5th and May 10th don't work for MC Squared?
We didn't discuss that. We were looking at April, so, and this...
Can we take that back to?
I shall, thank you.
Yes? Well, thank you.
May 5th and 10th don't work for me.
Oh,
Okay.
neither of those work for you?
So I think it may be
Oh.
premature to deal with the part of the motion that addresses the town hall meeting.
Right.
Further discussions are necessary.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a motion that we approve the 2025 council meeting schedule as detailed in the clerk's report dated November 20th, 2024. Do I have a mover?
Sure.
Yep, okay. Melinda, seconded by
Sure.
Councillor.
Are you going to ask all in
Okay,
favor?
Yeah, all in, any opposed? You're opposed?
Yes.
Okay.
To the whole schedule?
Yeah, to the whole schedule. The heck with you guys.
Okay, I think it carries.
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is the Mono Tennis Club report. Kim, can you describe this?
Actually, Mayor Krillman, that report was put forward by our treasurer, and I put the second report forward.
Okay. Les?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. If Council recalls, we had a various clubs from Recreation come to council on the 8th, October 8th. The tennis club was one of them. And their one request was to reduce the interest rate to 0. So my report basically is requesting council to make that decision, what you want to do. Because I have not sent out, I would have normally have sent out the request for payment of the principal plus interest. So I just need an interest decision. And my memo recommends not 0, but something else.
Fred?
This is difficult. We're not allowed to discuss their financial statement, which they gave to us in confidence. But I'll just say I've looked at it, and, you know, the tennis club, it's a private club, but they do serve I think, a public function here in the town. And look, I know an agreement was an agreement. We should be really tough. But I think when the agreement was made, we didn't contemplate prime interest rate being 7.2. I mean, that's pretty high. I'm wondering, just a thought, could we compromise and sort of say, yeah, a deal's a deal, you got to pay interest. Could we cut it in half or something? Or something reasonable? It's just a thought. I'm finished.
Linda and then Elaine?
Yeah, I think a deal is a deal. I think it's questionable in the community whether we really needed all of the tennis. As far as our residents are concerned, what I have heard is that did we really need all of these tennis courts that we have now? And time will tell. But already people are asking, you know, can we also play pickleball on them? So I do think that this was brought to us by the tennis, a request from the tennis club. A deal was a deal. We're already at the end of the year, and there's been grace if we haven't even billed them yet. And they, I don't think it's a arduous amount of money. I think that what we need to remember is that our 2 and 0 and all that percentage interest was an anomaly in the world, not the usual that we should be. What we have now is balancing out to be more the usual. And so it is a fluctuating rate. It's prime. It's not to say that it will always be this 7% either, but I strongly believe a deal is a deal for the residents of Mono. We've lent them money when we didn't have it to lend ourselves, so.
I agree with that statement. We made an agreement and a contract in good faith based on the town funding and getting funding and all of this work that was done to make sure this could happen and come to fruition. And yes, there were a number of residents who said we could have paved roads instead of building more tennis courts. I remember that clearly. So we did choose to invest in that park, and I know that it's going to make returns with having tournaments and all of that good stuff. And I celebrate that. But again, an agreement is an agreement, and they agreed to those conditions, and I think they should uphold those, that agreement. If this was the bank, what do you think they'd say? Sorry, you signed the deal, that's the deal. We're not the bank, but we're the bank in this case. And I just wanted to understand how much interest has the town actually invested in that full, like the interest is being paid on that somewhere, or the expense was borne.
Well, that tennis club or that tennis court project was funded, if council recalls, was funded by government grants.
Right.
The tennis club participated and contributed just over $68,000, which they did pay $5,000 up front, and then Mono paid the balance, and that came from our parkland reserve.
Right, so that's reserves that is not earning interest because we spent it. So it has cost the town that interest, whatever that is. And so, again, this was executed in good faith with the understanding there would be interest charged, and they chose to say prime. We don't have control over prime, and I can't I can't see that we should make concessions, especially when they've had 2 years of zero interest. So that's my thoughts.
Now, prime is coming down, as they pointed out when
Yes.
they came. It was a lot lower than 7.2, and like my memo says, it's anticipated the Bank of Canada will drop prime again in December. So when we're looking at it in January, there could be almost 2% difference.
Exactly.
And over the course of next year, it will continue to drop, I believe.
But if it's set in January,
It's
as
set
of the
in
prime
January.
rate in January, again, if you went to the bank and negotiated any kind of loan, mortgage, or whatever, it's for the year, so this is a year term in that sense. So whatever the rate is in January is the rate that's in January. So yes, when we look at that rate in January to charge them interest, it hopefully won't be 7%. So, yes, thank you.
Melinda, then Ralph.
Thank you. So just a couple of clarification points. With respect to how much did it cost Mono from our recreation budget, we did get a grant, which is terrific because you're really great at writing grants and they seem to be successful. But the reason why they got into this $68,000 was because that we split that. There was an overage, am I correct? That we split and it was like, well, we'll do half, you'll do half, but then their half we ended up paying too. Right? Right? That's correct. Okay, thank you. Everybody's nodding their heads. And then the other little teeny clarification is, who gets a loan at the bank with Prime? You got to be nobody. It's always Prime plus something. So, oops.
Oh, you do? Good for you.
Who's your bank? Who's your banker? Ralph?
I think this was a very good deal for the tennis club. In general, I believe in user pay, and they're not really supporting that principle. We asked for their financial report, and then we were told that it had to be kept quiet. But I'm going to make use of it and suggest that the revenue stream that they've proposed is not fiscally responsible, and they need to be more realistic. And there probably will be if they have to pay for the tax, for the interest. As Melinda said, they could have gone to the bank and they would have been stuck with something higher than this, and they got a good rate from us. I think that we should keep the arrangement as it is.
Thank you. I don't see any motions to do otherwise. And I'd add parenthetically that it was rather disappointing to see a sign up on our tennis court that said that it was members only. And that sign has been removed. It's not true. It's not true at all. Anyway, there we are. Okay, sports user group financial requests. I think, Kim, you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
There's no change in your motion?
So there's no change, there's no need for the motion.
No, we're good.
I still will vote against it.
Okay. Do you want to?
No.
You raise an interesting point. So there is passes that the town sells, and does that revenue go to the town or go to the tennis club?
The town passes revenue of $30 per person goes to the town. And that helps us in our costs of maintaining courts.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you, Kim.
Okay. So that brings us to the draft budget. Oh, sorry. Kim's report. My apologies. I'm too anxious. Kim, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Krillman. This is a report I put together specifically for your information and a reminder that the user groups, the 4 user groups, the tennis club, the Mono Nordic Ski Club, the Lawn Bowling Club, and the Pickleball Club all were present at the October 8th meeting of council and gave us an update as to how each of their organizations are doing. Within those presentations, we were made aware of a few of the upcoming changes or financial requests that each club is looking for. Some of the requests had no financial impact for the town, such as with the Menorah Lawn Bowling Club. They do have some challenges with their clubhouse and with their greens. They have their anniversary coming up in 2029, and they're hoping, I believe it's their 100th anniversary, something like that. Anyways, they're hoping to have a new clubhouse and new greens prior to that. So I put the year 2028 in that request. However, they're not looking for money from the town. They're just letting us know that these projects are upcoming, and they're going to be hoping to get grant money, and all they're looking for from the town on that one is some assistance with their grant writing for those projects. So no financial impacts there. The Mono Tennis Club, they were hoping to relocate the tennis court lights from Lynn Gibson Park over to their park, or excuse me, over to the Mono Center Park courts. We did discuss that on October the 8th, and it was basically said we haven't had enough time to even figure out how much usage those courts are getting at Lynn Gibson courts. But this year, with the court pass system that we're going to be using, on an online system to book the courts, we'll hopefully be able to get more data. And so we decided at that time a few years of data collecting would be appropriate before we start taking out lights on a brand new set of courts. The one thing that the Mono Tennis Club did ask for is that we paint pickleball lines on the courts at Lynn Gibson Park. They felt that by doing so that would offer more pickleball time, and I must admit, with what we are experiencing in the demand for pickleball, it's probably not a bad idea. I will also remind council that when we originally planned that park, we did have pickleball lines slotted to go on those courts. We took it off, one, for budget purposes, and two, we were concerned about parking. I will say at this point, we have our 6 to 8 parking spots at Lynn Gibson. We didn't have any challenges this year with parking, at least none that were presented to me. So, if we were to put pickleball lines up there, it would be, let's see what happens. Okay? I'm going to be, I can see our mayor looking at me. I'm going to be bringing you the report regarding the parking issues up there, or the numbers that was from the counters that we had up there. So that is
the
coming.
entrance into,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you could make a very good argument that the pickleball lines should be at Mono Center.
That's what I was thinking.
I'll leave that with council. Moving forward, so the request was for the pickleball lines to be drawn on the courts at Lynn Gibson Park. I have called our court, the company that did put those courts in for us, Crowell, and asked them to give me a price, and it's $2,500 per court to put the lines on. So we're looking at $5,000 if you want to move forward with that. And that would be for 2025. I've talked about the Lawn Bowling Club. Pickleball Club had a couple of requests. One was for a shelter to be built out there. Upon further discussion with them in that regard, they told me that they had no idea of what size they wanted or how much seating they wanted, or location. I said, well, until those things are figured out, I can't put a price forward for you. So that's something that if council is even interested in us entertaining that idea, I will move forward this year with working with them in figuring out how big of a shelter they really are looking for and what the cost would be. That is something that they had said they would share 50% of the cost with the town. They did ask for an additional bicycle rack at Mono College Park. There is one already there, but this would be one that would be located closer to the courts. The one that we have is closer to the playground. They're asking for, the Mono Pickleball Club is also asking for a singles court to be painted on one of there's some open space at the courts that were built at Mono Center Park. They would like a singles court as opposed to a doubles court. So the price I gave you for the other quotation for Lynn Gibson Park was for double lines to be built. This is or painted. This is for a single court. And then the pickleball club would provide the portable net, which they would bring out when their players are out. So that would be put away when their club did not have exclusive use. And they're not, and that would be a cost solely by the town of Mona. We would be paying 100%. They did not want to go 50% on that price. So $1,250 if you want to move forward with that. So all in all, you're looking at a change to our budget of, if you want to move forward, of $7,250 with the requests that have been made for the 2025 budget year from these organizations. Oh, and the Mono Nordic Ski Club, just wanting you to know that they did not come up with it, or they did not have any financial requests. However, we do work very closely with them throughout the year in boardwalk repairs, trails, all of that, and it's a fantastic partnership. So just letting you know about that.
Especially when it doesn't cost us anything. Melinda?
Thank you very much, Kim. I've got lots to say, but I won't. The Mono Nordic is in a great position because it costs more to join, and they've got hundreds of more members. So they're flush money because they told us about their money and didn't say we couldn't tell anybody. But they also commented that, climate, whatever, they paid for 40 days and they only used 10 with respect to rentals. So I do think that if they're fiscally responsible in their club and their books, they should be coming to us to ask in due course, if it changes to be lots of years where, we're only getting to do it one weekend, why should we rent the place for the whole winter, right? It may change. But yes, at the moment, they didn't ask for anything, and it seems like a good partnership.
Kim, thank you very much for summarizing all of this. This is awesome. You do know what I'm going to say. So I hope the shelter requirements are the same size as the shelter that sits in a park that's not used. Just saying. It could be put to very good use. It's a beautiful shelter, and they could share the price of moving it. That's a heck of a lot cheaper than erecting a whole new one. I say that. Matt and Mike might disagree with me. That's okay. Also, the lawn bowling, great opportunity for them to partner with us on a recreation complex, and they would never have to replace that turf because it would be indoor turf indoors instead of indoor turf outdoors, and they would take use of the space inside, which could be, on certain days, their clubhouse. I'm just going to say that that's an opportunity for us to bring them into the conversation about a complex and what could be in there, and at certain times of the year, it could be different things. So I'm just going to say those things. I find it challenging that we're trying to take $4 million something out of the budget. We're adding more stuff back in. So if we can give up something else, we can put that in, because they make sense. So I will say that, but thank you for making that all clear.
Ralph?
We have 3 items that are in red as possible requests, and I'd just take the ball and make suggestions. The first is the $5,000 for double court pickleball. I think
Maybe we should wait until the actual budget discussion.
Okay,
So
what
it's
are we
in-
doing with this today?
Well,
Just accepting it.
it's just a report. I don't even have a motion to accept the report. But this is really, I think, when we get to the recreation in the budget discussion, we can talk about if there's a way of offsetting this or not.
That's correct. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the requests, and that was the purpose of the report. So when we do get to budget, you can think about.
Include this in the recreation conversation.
Right, as I mentioned, they were not included in my original recreation budget to council. Okay?
That's why I was bringing it up.
I just was going to reiterate something that Elaine said. I think all four of these clubs provide great service to the town of Mono, and particularly when you think of the lawn bowling and you think of our aging population, when you think of Mono Nordic and in past years, 14,000 school children they take through if there's snow. The tennis club, I know they do something with the children who, so all of these clubs provide great service to the town of Mono. So Kimberly, I'd be totally in favor of the 7,000 or whatever it is dollars, but I agree with Elaine. I think we've got to look at, 4.8 million. If we can cut 4.8 million plus $7,000 out of the current budget, then I'd happily meet all these requests.
I think staff will be able to help you with that.
Excellent.
Okay. So, we have arrived at 2025 draft budget. If I can pull it up on my screen. Ah, there we go. Now, we did receive some suggestions from Mike as to how we scope our discussion today, and maybe go to the things that are more in the nature of capital, because that's where the savings would truly be. But I'm in the hands of Les and staff.
Thank you, Your Worship, for recognizing that. So 50% tax increase, staff is well aware of the impact that puts, the position that puts council in, how unfair it would be towards the residents. But what staff really feels important is that you got to see the backlog of what it takes to maintain the municipality. I've reviewed the budget multiple occasions. There's no real wishes in there. It's all about standard of the levels of service, the standard of the quality of the buildings, the roads, the bridges that Mono staff takes great pride in presenting, and I don't think that's lost at all on council. When we had our first budget meeting, I think Ralph summed it up in a conversation him and I had about being a little fuzzy, and I took care of that in an email last week to let council know that, I think in short, staff was aware of council's concerns with respect to the proposed increase. Staff was aware of that, and Les sat down, worked very, I'm going to say Les controlled the individual senior management team and worked with them to figure out what was what and how we could get through this process to come down to a more reasonable tax levy. I think it's safe to say that 3% tax increase those days are gone. I'd never pretend to understand the CPI coming in at 2.65% when everybody has a grocery store bill that's probably 20% plus, gas prices included. I've never understood that, how they come up with the low rate. So the treasurer looked at the spirit of the reserves. First, the reserving for assets in the future years has dropped significantly over time. We've been unable to do that while council still tries to put a reasonable tax levy towards the residents. So staff worked to remove those reserves from the budget to ensure that staff could continue to maintain our assets and try to keep our projects in line so council can feel comfortable that staff is managing the town and the infrastructure properly. staff, or Les has utilized the gas tax and the development charges to the best of his ability, and he has a page-by-page summary. He can go through page by page. I think we'd be in for probably 30 minutes or so, depending on the questions that council would have on the individual pages. But I think by the end of 30 minutes, I think Les will get us to something that council can actually, at this point, feel proud of dwindling it down that much and move forward with a tax rate for the residents of Mono. With that, I think I've said enough, unless council has any questions, but maybe Les could, if council's good with that, the task for council will be to make sure that your concerns and your cuts that you've identified are brought up on the page when we get to the page. So if that's good, then I will hand the microphone over to
Is everybody happy with that approach?
to the town treasurer. Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, council.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So if we begin on page 1, that's the page for council budget. Basically, no suggestions there. Moving to the bottom, there's the Hockley Lands property. It was brought up at one of the council budget meetings regarding the roof replacement.
Sorry, Les, you're on page 3.
I'm on page 3.
Because I have some, well, he said he was on page 1, but then he started talking about page 3,
Yeah.
and I have some comments on page 3, but, sorry, Les.
Okay. Anything on page 1?
Just a curiosity, understanding what the members of council $10,000 increase represents.
I can answer that, and that's going to be one of my suggestions. The council remuneration goes up by the same COLA that we give staff.
Well, yes, so from 2023 till now, like, okay, so I don't want an increase.
Yeah, and that was going to be my first suggestion, that we cut the COLA clause for council remuneration out. That'll save us $4,273. And I would also suggest on that same page, we cut out the training and development for council, which will save another $8,000. I realize those are relatively small amounts, but I think given what we're facing in the budget year, we on council have to set an example and tell our residents, hey, this is a tough year, no COLA for council members, and no training and development for council members.
Where's the training and development? What line is that?
It's 1253.
Would that cover conferences like AMO?
The training
Yeah, we
development,
can't take
that
that out.
covers, yes. And the last few years, multiple councillors have gone to it with some success at the conference. If I could address the deputy mayors, the COLA for council. Okay, now I'm dating myself. Back in the 90s, council didn't do anything with their remuneration. And then they found out, just like we did with the staff level, we got into the market study, that, well, we've fallen behind, what should we do? And then they went through a huge process of updating their salaries. So to avoid that, I'm not sure when the suggestion was made, but it was, well, when staff gets their COLA, so that we keep up, we get our COLA, so we don't get into the same pickle that we did like back in the 90s. So that's why at the moment, until we get through the whole process, maybe we could pocket that in the back pocket.
Okay.
And just hold off for now, because in a year or two, if you don't take your COLA, you're gonna get a big catch-up again to stay at level with the other townships and towns in Dufferin.
Well, I'd say if you're running to take a seat here, you shouldn't expect a big pay, and so I don't agree with that.
With what I suggested?
No, with the fact that we keep up with COLA, and even then doing a salary review for council, I don't know, like really, I don't know. That's just me. But the training, Like, I think it's important to have that, something there for conferences, because those are important. That's where we get to delegate, that's where we get to connect with others, and I didn't go, but I think it's important.
You've been to conferences?
Past years, yeah.
Yeah, on this,
Yeah.
during this term. During this term, you've been?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm still sticking with my suggestions, no COLA for staff and no training and development. That's 12,000.
for staff?
For council, sorry. And no training and development. That's the first $12,273. I'll put that out there.
I think it's a good idea to be in less, to put it in the back pocket. I think that it's all very well, but we're in the middle of a term that we don't know whether we're going to always be here, and that we would like to encourage people to step up. And just because we're all in a position where we're capable of doing this for complete volunteerism, and it is a very modest stipend each anyway. Not everybody who might be able to step up or would step up would do it if we end up being, as Les says, in a situation where we're not competitive with other townships and other municipalities.
Giving Tuesday.
Can we put this in our back pocket as a suggestion that we can come back to if we aren't successful in other areas? And I just make the comment that some councils do not do a COLA approach. What they do is they basically, in the last year of their term, turn their minds to what the incoming council should be earning. So the adjustment is once every 4 years, applicable to the incoming council. So that's another approach that you can take. Yeah. Fred?
And if I could jump in on your comment, Mr. Mayor, and that adjustment for the new council, I have noticed around, it's a bigger adjustment. So it's a one big step instead of a nice phase in over 3 or 4 years.
I have another suggestion on page 3.
Let's finish with page 1. Anything else on page 1?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Well, you guys
So
are
I wanted
confusing
to ask the question about the line that says climate change, environment, $30,000, which is $25,000 over the projected year end. And then on page 4, and I'm probably working from a different copy of the budget, on page 4, line 1295, reserve contribution, environment bylaw. And we've had 0 in there before in the past, and I wasn't sure what this all meant.
Okay, let's deal with the climate change environment on page 1 first.
But they're the same thing, I think.
Are they?
Maybe
Okay,
not.
so you're referring to Councillor Capes, line 1295,
Yep.
reserve contribution EV, so that's electric vehicle for bylaw department.
Right.
Of 20,000. So that's a reserve contribution, so I'm recommending to zero that out,
Okay.
because there's no plan at the moment to,
Okay, and does that then feed back to page 1, where it talks about the budget line being $30,500? Is the 20,000 come off of that?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
see, pages 1 and 2 are summary pages.
Yes,
From the
Yes.
the rest of the budget.
exactly.
Working on
So the
page
concentration is on the detail from
Yeah.
page 3.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay,
Thank
let's
you
go to
very
page
much.
3.
Okay. I have 2 more suggestions on page 3. One is line 1290. The suggestion is we put a steel roof on the Hockley house. You know, we get $12,000 a year, rent. We finally get some rent from that house, and we're going to spend $55,000 on a steel roof. My suggestion is to can that. If there are leaks, let's do asphalt shingles. I think we could do that for $15,000. Okay, I'll make both my suggestions, and then you can all shoot me, okay? My other
Actually,
suggestion-
Deputy Mayor, that was one of the costs I picked up. And they're doing more than just shingles, there's eave, straw, fish, and all that. That cost actually is 26,000 with shingle. So it goes from 55,
Asphalt shingles?
plus soffits, fascia, and drains.
But my problem is we only started getting rent a couple of years ago. Every year, we put more money into that house than we get out in rent, and we've been doing it for years. I mean, quite frankly, maybe we can just consider renting a bulldozer for a day and getting rid of that house. We lose money on that house every year. Well, I'm annoyed. But my other suggestion, just while I'm still on page 3, is we're putting the Dufferin Board of Trade down for $12,000 in rent next year. I say, no, they've got to increase that at least by 10%. That would be another $1,200. It still doesn't cover the cost of what we're going to spend on that roof. I'm finished.
Melinda?
Thanks very much. I'm glad that you looked at things so clearly. I'm sorry that you're annoyed, but can we have Les go through this, which was the way it was proposed, so that we can, as opposed to each counselor having their own things? Yes.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Could we do that, please?
Yeah.
And when do we make our suggestions?
After Leslie's finished.
After Les is finished.
Yeah.
So we all have lists.
Understand that.
We all have lists.
Okay, thank you. So back on the roof, the cost that we received is $26,000, which, and in that 55, it did include the soffits, fascia, and drain pipes. So that's reduced to 26. Page 4, general administration.
I'm not seeing that on the page, though.
No, there's,
He's saying instead of 55,000, he's going to cut it down to 26,000.
Yeah.
Oh, so you haven't made the adjustments in the actual budget?
No, that's why we
Oh, I'm just, this is the, my updated version, sorry.
Okay, I've got the-
This
Yeah, I'm
is
sorry,
Les trying to
council
save
still
us
has
some
the
money.
old version.
Okay, thank you.
So Les will give you the line number next time, I think. That'll help. That'll help you follow.
That's great, thank you.
Excuse me, I'm following on the agenda document, and it doesn't have lines. I've zoomed in,
Well, actually,
zoomed
the
out.
the account number, sorry, like to the very far left says general ledger account,
Yeah.
so that's the
Yeah.
line number.
Okay, page,
okay.
oh, now it's got them, okay, okay. The summary pages don't have
Here we
not
go.
lines,
So
these
we're-
guys do.
we're,
Okay, okay,
We're right here now at 55.
Yes,
And that's
great.
going to 26.
great, okay, good, thank you very much.
All right, now I'm following.
So on page 4, going down to the climate change budget, so for the EV, so electric vehicle reserve, zero that out. At the moment, the budget, we're leaving in the 5,000 because there is a need for a climate action plan at some point, so suggesting to leave that 5,000. Moving on to page 5. That's the cost of administration. No suggested changes at this point. That's supported by notes to page 5. And basically, again, I went through the capital presentation. That's the cost of our computing system, basically. There is a replacement of the front HVAC. That's the front foyer. That's being offset by an admin reserve, so there's no impact on that project. So if that project goes or not, it doesn't make a difference. We're suggesting to Matt, because he's pushing for this, wait for it to fail, then replace it. But Matt likes to replace things before they fail, which isn't always not a bad idea, but at the moment, it's in the budget to do with no impact.
So I'm confused, are you taking that out of it?
We're leaving it.
Where do you leave it?
We're leaving it because it's being financed from reserves, so it has no impact if it stays or goes. Page 6, that's the budget for the revenues. No suggested changes there, other than, just want to point out, the mayor brought this up in the previous meeting, provincial offenses revenue, budgeting it to come in lower than in 2024. Page 7, that's the fire services. If you go to notes to page 7, just a slight change to the Shelburne fire operations. I used a 20% increase, got an email from their secretary treasurer. It's going to be at 16.5. So the Shelburne line from 100,300 reduced to 97,077. So a slight change, just under $3,000. But I'm hoping that'd be the cost that's supposed to come in. Not touching the capital, we haven't got word on the capital yet. Moving to page 8, that's the conservation authorities. All those budget lines, we've already received from each conservation authority what the levy will be, so no changes there. Page 9, bylaw enforcement. For no changes suggested there, other than just want to point out for bylaw enforcement, the legal fees, line 1250, we budgeted 50,000 in 2024. I'm projecting 90 for this year, and so I'm budgeting the same thing for 2025. Bylaws become a busy department. And then, as far as parking tickets go, but the same as in 2024. And no change in the animal control other than a slight increase for the contract from our canine control. For police, has already been discussed, the big impact increase is the cost of the OPP costing from last year, including a deficit that they're carrying forward from 2023. So a 20% increase in their contract for 25.
Did you, just on that, did you hear what the mayor of Mississauga did?
No.
Well, she sits on the police services board in Mississauga, and they had a 21% increase, and she resigned from the police services board.
What's that going to help?
And they have their own
They
police.
have their own police, yeah.
21% increase.
Yeah. If I could just butt in here, there are rumors out there that the province is going to jump in and save the day. I'll believe it when I see it, and it probably will not be a permanent fix, but I'm in touch with mayors who tell me that they've been quietly told that something is coming, and their response has been not fast enough, so.
There's also a motion in Schedule A that we can support that talks to this exact thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Page 11, that's Roads Department Administration. The only change there is the very bottom line, 1290.
Is your microphone on?
Emergency planning. Sorry, emergency planning, so from 20,000 to 0. And we've done that in the last budget. Page 12. That's the operations shop next door.
I'm sorry, are you keeping that 20,000 there?
Well, we're taking that out. Page 12. There's several lines under 1290, the capital. We're moving the 14,000. That's the replacement of 3 of the 9 solar inverters. Excuse me. So from 14 to 0.
So we're not going to replace them? I mean, can we ask Matt, I mean, if,
They're still working, so we're,
They're still working.
oh, they still work?
We just lost efficiency.
Oh, I see,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, I thought they were.
and then zero out the roof replacement reserve from 30 to 0. So basically on that page, 44,000 taken out the reserve contributions. Page 13, that's the road operations. No suggested changes there at the moment. That budget's fairly tight. The notes page to 13, and then this is where most of the work is going to get done. Matt's still speaking to me, by the way. So we're leaving the bridge in. I'll explain later in the finance page where the revenues are coming from. I'm having that bridge refinanced 100% between gas tax and development charge. I upped the gas tax contribution because gas tax can fund bridges, because that bridge has to go. I mean, it has to be completed next year.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? So now that Bridge 5 is going to be totally paid for by gas tax and DC?
Yes, and I'll show you where I pulled the gas tax from, another project.
Problem solved.
So it's 500 less.
Yeah, on the tax.
So As already, council passed a resolution for Bridge 21. The 160 for the guardrails is now zero.
60 0.
The reserve contribution for Bridge 24 is zero from 250, and the same thing, Bridge 32 is zero from 250.
You're going too fast. Sorry.
So the two bridge contributions to reserve of 250,
Yeah,
both to zero.
okay. Wow, wow. Wow. Poor Matt.
Now, there's the three road management plan recommendations from the roads study. So the 1.2 million, kick that down the road, no pun intended, zero that out. Same with the next project of 600 to, for the third line works to zero. Keeping, at the moment, keeping project number 3 of 350 is, one of those projects has to be done. And so leave that. For driveway culvert replacement, original budget was 50. We're going back to 25,000, the same as in '24. For gravel resurfacing, slight reduction, labor from 60 to 55, and gravel from 600 to 550. Now, even though that's a slight reduction in gravel, about not quite 10%, the work is still shrinking because, like I think Matt explained in the previous budget, just because we're reducing the cost doesn't mean the same work is getting done. Instead of the annual cycle being every 4 years, it's now stretching out to about 6 years. So we're doing less with less money, I guess. So to keep that same every fourth year, that gravel budget should be a lot higher. So we're reducing the budget in dollars and also the work being done. And that's where the little bit of level of service is being affected in this area. But at least we're not totally eliminating it.
Yeah.
Now, the drainage, Medill subdivision drainage culvert ditching improvements, 650. That's where the gas tax was funding 600 of it. So we're using that gas tax money. So that project is going to be delayed. So we're putting that to zero.
Good.
But, sorry, just a minute, if gas tax is gonna pay 600,000,
We need it for other things.
This is 500. But there's 400 there already, so.
no, he's got 650 now, and you said gas tax will pay 600.
It was, but we're not doing that project. We're zeroing it out. So the
But he
600
doesn't-
from that gas tax, we're putting towards the bridge.
Right.
Okay,
paying the bridge.
okay.
Trading
okay.
projects.
Yes, got it.
In the past, the first budget, I was trying to stretch out as many projects as possible and spread the gas tax across. But that bridge needs to be done, so we're just gonna fully concentrate the gas tax on that one project. The CLIE CA compliance approval, we had 50 in '24. It was recommended to up the works to 100. I'm reducing that back to 50 again, just stretch that out a bit. The storm sewer ponds maintenance reserve, so that is now zero from 150.
Boy, really.
Guardrail upgrades, reducing it to slight reduction back to 25,000 in keeping with last year's 25,000 budget. And by the way, that's where part of that work that's being done on Bridge 21, that line hasn't been spent yet, so we're using that budget for this year. Reserve for resurfacing, zero from 200. And then the fence reserve from 2,000 to zero. So the new bottom line went from the 6.790 million to 3,193,540. So basically, we cut about 3.6 million there.
Is Matt crying yet?
Pardon me?
Is Matt crying?
I think he's done crying.
Can you give us that sum again?
3,193,540.
Linda?
That's where the big changes are for the roads department.
This is great, but the issue is that this work still needs to be done, and it'll be interesting to see as we cut reserves yet again, because we're in the pickle because we have cut the reserves so many years in a row now. What will our roads be like?
Well, I mean, it's a good point, because that's why that one project I'm hoping to leave in, that the Burnside's recommended. I mean, it's the least of the three projects, the 350,000. At least that gets off the list. And then the next one is 600. Hopefully, with gas tax, we can knock that one off next year, and the 1.2 the year after that.
Matt?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kerlin. I just want to show council the road management plan. If Andrew could pull it up there quickly, just to interrupt Les's presentation, just to show the recommendations over the next 10 years. Does not include every road segment in Mono. This is just 10 years. And the financial impact each year for the next 10 years. So if, Andrew, could you focus on the far right two columns? You might have to remove, you have to take the camera off for a second, Andrew. Could you zoom in a little bit more, please? So in order for the town to maintain its current condition index for its asphalt roads, 73.19, the first year, that $1.8 million is those 4 roads only. If you slowly scroll down, Andrew, please. As we continue on to 2026, we're at a $1.2 million commitment to maintain that 72% condition. If you keep going down slowly, Andrew, each year, year 3, 2027, we're at $2.6 million. If you keep going down, the following year is 2.2, year 4, 2028, and so on and so on. So I just want to drive that point home. You know, we have $154 million worth of roads, assets, to enable us to maintain that 70 payment condition index. We can't delay and delay and delay. Otherwise, this will keep being pushed down.
So I have a question about that.
And the roads that aren't on there will be added in the updated plan in 5 years and 10 years. So I will work to update this plan every year as we do the work. And as we assess the roads and the conditions, they will continue to degrade, and they'll be added on top of the end of the plan.
Fred and then Melinda, or pardon me, Elaine.
I agree with everything you've said, but the other way to look at it is we now provide a certain level of service on our asphalt-covered roads to our residents. And maybe if we don't have the tax money there, that level of service is going to have to decline. And I personally think if we don't have the tax money, we just tell our residents, look, sorry, folks, our asphalt roads are not going to be quite as good as they used to be in the past, and you're going to have to live with that.
And then we do what Agilitas does, just reduce the speed limit to 60. I'm kidding. So what I want to understand is, after all of what you've said, Les, and what we've done, does that keep us whole for that first line of $1.6 million? Does it keep us close to meeting what that chart said? Because it's, you know, a lot of detail for me.
No, like if, I don't know if Andrew could bring it up there, how easy it is to bring back up there. So that first year, 2025, there's 4 roads that require work.
Right.
3 of them were included in the capital budget. One is a preventative or routine maintenance in the form of crack sealing, which would come out of the operations budget. But knocking that one road off is a good example of the road at a point where we could still mill the top off and put the top on. If we delay Mono-Am Town Line, which sees 3,500 cars roughly a day, it continues to rut, and the base granulars continue to degrade, and we'll end up having to excavate the road and putting in new granulars rather than pulverizing it currently and upgrading it and putting 2 lifts of asphalt on it.
So that road has been taken off the schedule?
Mono-M has been removed at 1.2 million, and third line between Highway 9 and Rose Ridge Lane has been removed. And I
Wow.
believe it was at about 600,000, 547.
And I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you had the choice, yes, you have those 4, and maybe the Mono Amaranth Town Line, which is the new Highway 10, could be the priority. What would you feel comfortable giving up, knowing the condition of the road, what it's going to take to keep it whole until next year? Like, I just, because I don't know that good stuff. You do.
It's a difficult question to answer. Andrew, if you could scroll to the left a little bit. So the condition indexes for each road, right there. So condition index 2024, 58 is Mono-M Town Line out of 100.
And that's
Right.
not good.
And 53 for, is that third or, and so all the, and if you go farther to the left, and if you go back and review the road management plan, it helps you understand where those numbers come from. These are, MTO criteria, and
Yeah.
they're assessed based on town staff and Burnside staff driving around and assessing each individual priority rating, ride comfort rating, all those things give you that condition index. So Mono-M Town Line sees a lot of traffic. The ADTs are on there, right? You'll see 4,500 for 5 Side Road. You'll see 3,200 for Mono-M. These are higher volume roads, and that's plays in the part of its priority. And it's a difficult question to answer because the roads degrade. It seemed to degrade more and more these days because the temperature is not stabilized in the winter and it's staying froze. They're up and down and up and down. They're frozen during the night, and then it rains, or the temperature raises during the day, and it more truck traffic. Truck traffic's also a factor in determining that priority. So, it's a difficult one to answer, Councillor Capes, but I would say that they would all go in order for us to maintain that 70 across the board and delay or, avoid having to spend this money, because this year it costs this much, next year that road's going to cost
Right.
whatever increase that you guys decide is appropriate, right?
Interesting question about the Mono Amaranth Town Line. What was the traffic before we paved it?
You'll have to bear with me while I look that up quickly.
Okay.
We could circle back, remind me.
Yeah.
I'll have a look, but
Yeah.
I don't know what year, I don't know how long it's been paved.
10 years?
I
Like,
would s- it-
I don't
it's
know
been
if I
longer
was
than
on
that.
council when it happened, but,
2012 from
okay,
County Road 10 north,
right.
County Veterans Way to County Road 10 predates
Right.
when I was here,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
So for,
It is
The-
just an example of, when you pave it, they will come. And so the traffic has increased phenomenally on that road because we paved it. We made the choice to pave it for reasons.
Made that choice for good
For
reasons,
reasons,
because we
for
were
sure.
well over 1,200, I believe.
Right, and so, sometimes when you look at just do it because of the numbers, you get yourself in a situation. And I would say that now with the increased population in Shelburne, the traffic on that road is mostly, it's not our residential traffic, it is a lot of traffic moving from Orangeville or south and going to Shelburne, because that's a better route than Highway 10.
one wonders
The
why
employment
county
lands in
didn't take it over.
Orangeville is predominantly on the
Right.
west side, so that leads to the issues that we have.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
And
Fred, and then
while we
I've got a
understand it
question.
might not be our traffic, it could be our residents working in Orangeville, right? So to talk about external uses, we've Les and I have fought the DCs for years, trying to get our DCs to cover off the expansions that are occurring.
Growth in the surrounding
Growth
area.
that around it. It's not, it's based on internal growth only, and that has troubled Les and I since
Right.
I've been here, that we can't take.
Exactly. Another
can't
provincial decision
can't
without
collect
them
growth
knowing what
because
goes
of
on in the
growth
real world.
Caledon or subdivisions built north of us.
Yeah. Well,
Fred,
thank
Fred,
you,
and then I
thank you
have a
very
question,
much.
Then we're going to have a break.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back, Matt, to the Mono-Angela town line. Given what you've said and its condition rating and everything else and the traffic volumes it has, wouldn't it be more important to do that road this year?
Mono Amaranth Town Line, you want to correct
No,
yourself?
Mono-Angela.
No.
Mono-Angela. Oh. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mono-Amaranth. You're right. I got mixed up just for a second.
That's okay.
Given the importance of that road and the 3,200 AATT figures, why don't we do that road and forget about Bridge 5? That's what I don't understand. Bridge 5 is, given the traffic volumes, it's just not that important.
We just
I
found a
agree.
way of paying for Bridge 5.
Well, I know with gas tax, but couldn't we use all that gas tax money to do the Mono Amaranth town line? Okay, I've asked the question.
I like that question.
Does it provoke a response?
Do you want- Difficult questions that need to be answered today, I guess.
Do you want me to paint a sign, bridge closed?
I have a question having to do with the Amaranth Town Line. What if we prohibited truck traffic except for local deliveries? Would that spare the road some wear and tear?
Thanks, Mayor Krillman, possibly. Andrew, just scroll over to the left there a little bit. I think there's truck traffic, but it's not huge. You got to remember, there's also agriculture over there, right? Right, stop right there. So 3% of the traffic that we recorded is
Yeah.
truck traffic, so it's fairly small, but we can't stop agriculture either.
No.
It has a lot to do with, if you look back at my capital report, you'll see some of the photos of the pattern cracking, the edge cracking. Once it starts chipping off like a puzzle piece, it's very hard to continue maintaining, and the operations side of things has to start going up, and you're taking staff away from other important levels of service to start patching roads that, and it just becomes you're chasing it.
Throwing money after the back.
Yeah, so,
So if I could just return quickly to Bridge 5. If the solution suggested today hadn't been made, I was going to make a suggestion that the road does not need to be straightened as much as maybe is contemplated. That might save some money. And maybe it should be replaced as a narrow bridge, and forget about spending gas tax money there to make it a two-lane bridge.
thanks, Mayor Croman. It's nominal. The widening is nominal. The realignment is nominal as well. It's to improve, as you know, it's a very sharp reverse curve. It's dangerous. You get trucks down there driving over the guide rail all the time. We're replacing the guide rail end treatments. They're hitting the barriers. Trucks, agricultural equipment use the road. The widenings that we've considered are appropriate, in my opinion.
Okay.
They're minimal, but they're appropriate, and whenever we replace or repair something, we want to improve the current condition, and we want to take roadside safety into consideration when we do it. So I would say it's current as it stands. It's the most economical structure that we've proposed. It'll be a cast-in-place footing with multi-plate steel in order to get it down in there. Which has a good life expectancy. You're looking at 50 to 75 years for a structure that we're proposing that takes minimal work to maintain. So I would say we have the most economical solution given the terrain and the topography, and we've kept the widening to a minimum.
So I promised a break.
That's one very
Yeah.
short question. Les, I got your number, and I think this amounts to a
Mike,
$3,600, sorry, $3,600,000 saving, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
let's take a 10-minute or 15? What's the wish? Let's say a hard 15, okay?
15, awesome, that's nice.
Because if I said 10, no one would be back here.
Well, they sure cut the public works capital budget out for sure.
I'm a little concerned.
We're back live.
Yes, good morning again, everyone. Les, thank you for your concise presentation, and I think it's helped us a lot. Is this the point in the meeting when we go to each member of council and we may have questions for you? We're not finished? Okay, let's go ahead.
Page 14.
Okay, page 14 then?
Okay, page 14, that's the maintenance budget for the vehicles. So on top of page 14, line 1242 fuel, based on the contract that council approved from the pricing that Matt received earlier in the year, we can reduce the fuel from 300 to 285. Now, there's no other changes in the rest of the equipment and the vehicle budget. I just want to make a comment. You might notice, like, in some of the maintenance costs in the tandems, and the graders have increased over last year by more than 10%, and that's because the tires are being replaced. And that only happens, well, not every year, but every so often. So we're at the point where tires need replacement. If you go to notes on page 14, there's the purchase of a new water tank for the new tandem that we purchased this year at a cost of $35,000, and there's no impact on the tax rate because that's 100% funded out of the equipment reserve. Just want to point out, compared to last year's budget of $250 reserve going into equipment, at the moment we've increased that to $300, and I'm suggesting to leave it at $300 because we're finding as we're getting new equipment tenders,
Which line are you on?
they're not getting any. It's on notes to page 14. So there's a new water tank, and then leave the reserve, not leave the reserve contribution, increase it to 300.
Okay.
Page 16, crossing guard and our street lights. Just the one reduction on line 1290, the second line replacement reserve from 35 to 0. Again, that's going with all the reserves contributions being taken out. Page 17 would make more, pardon me? Page 17 would make more sense to go to notes to page 17. So the change is up in the upper page regarding the gas tax. As I had mentioned, we had Zero Delta Medill drainage project, which was using 600,000 of the gas tax. So that's now zero. And we needed another 500 to finance the bridge. So the bridge gas tax contribution is going from 400 to 900. And that has the bridge financed 100%. 900 from gas tax, and at the bottom of the page, you'll see 900 from development charges. Page 18, landfill site. No changes there, other than to point out the wood chipping on line 1116. That's zero because that's done every other year. So next year, you'll see whatever that cost of contract will be. Line 19. That's our cemetery, our cemeteries, which also includes the Mitchell Church. And as Matt reported in his capital projects report, there's some work being done in the Mitchell Church. So that's the budget increase from last year of 14,000 to 30,000. So no changes on that page. Page 20, that's the recreation admin page, which includes a couple people for salaries, rec director and portion of the assistant. No changes on that page. Page 21, that's the committee page. No change on that page. Regarding line 1249 for the CDRC, I don't have a number from them, so I'm just projecting about a 10% or a 5% increase from 42,000 to 44,000.
Yeah, we haven't had quorum for a meeting for a while, so we've got one tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get budget then.
Programming, page 22. So the top part are the various programs and their cost. The one line for the swim program is our budget for the non-resident fee for swimming lessons. Pretty consistent over the years. And then on the revenues, program revenues, for soccer, line 7117, we're increasing the revenues from 21 to 25,000, and that's just to match the cost of running the soccer program. It's hugely successful, and I can't see why Kim can't squeeze a few bucks more out of the people, at least to pay for the program. Like, we shouldn't be losing money.
No.
Great principle.
So for the park maintenance, generally, I haven't touched anything operations. If you go to the notes to page 23, is where the expenditure cuts are made. So for Purple Hill, the budget to replace the playground equipment is 200,000. We have, over the years, built up a reserve of 104. Kim has made an application to the province to fund the balance of that park. So we're suggesting to delay the park to hear what happens with the grant. We did that with another project and we're successful. And so I'm zeroing out that project. So that's approximate saving of $96,000.
Is that which park was that?
And that's the Purple Hill Playground. And it's not we're not doing it, it's just deferring it to see what happens with the grant.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Mono College Park,
200,000 down there, you said 96.
Because
there's 200, but then we have 104 in reserves,
Okay.
so the net difference of 96. For Mono College, playground reserve contribution 22.6, zeroed out. Moving down the page, Mono Center Park, the reserve contribution 19.4, zeroed out as well. And then for trails and maintenance, the Mono Trail reserve contribution of 6,000, zeroed out as well. Page 23B, again, leaving the maintenance budget the way it is. If you go to page 23B, the notes. Medill Meadows Reserve contribution for playground, zeroed out from 65,250. And then Hannison Parquet, the playground reserve, zeroed out. And Asphalt Walkway to Playground to Meek Avenue, I zeroed that out as well. That project deferred another year. And then page 24, anticipating revenues next year of $1,800 roughly for ball diamond rental. Didn't happen this year, and mainly due because Kim wasn't around to organize that. So hopefully it'll happen next year. Page 25, Mono Center Hall. The change on that page, revenues, we had the first draft, the budget was 40. Actually, we can increase that to 45,000. For the hall, again, if you go to page 25 notes, or notes to page 25, we zeroed out all the reserve contributions. So contribution to the floor has been zeroed out. Dishwasher reserve has been zeroed out. Reserve for chairs zeroed out. And the same thing for the roof replacement, zeroed out. We kept, when I say we, they replaced the front stairway, for 20,000 is being kept because at the very bottom of the page, there's reserves to help finance that project. Page 26 is Menorah Park Pavilion. No suggestions for operations, but if you go to the notes page to 26, again, all the reserve contributions to the floor, roof, dishwasher, and chair, they've all been zeroed out. And the only thing remaining on the capital page is the upstairs kitchen renovation. Page 27, that's the summary page, or the summary number for libraries, 120,000. If you go to notes page 27, it gives you the breakdown, and all those numbers, well, the 29,964 for Shelburne, that number I did receive from the Shelburne Library. New Tecumseh is always coming under 1,000, so I'm keeping it at 1,000. And the Orangeville user fees, their contract price is increasing, but I'm hoping we could keep it at 90,000 as in 2024. It is a bit of a gamble. And then we get our annual grant of $10,202, which has not changed since I first started in Town of Mono in 1990.
Over 30 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Page 13. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Department 13, 1300. Page 28, the Planning Department. The salary amount that has been budgeted is, as the CAO has reported, we will be hiring a new planner for next year. It's not a full year. It's partway through the year because the advertising won't start till the new year. So at least that cost has been budgeted. The committee budget is relatively the same, and we're keeping the revenues the same. There's a notes to page 28, or I'm sorry, yes, 28. Basically keeping the same costs as we did in 24. We're budgeting the same 200,000 for any OLT hearings, which may come up in 2024. Again, because not without a planner this year, we're budgeting again the zoning update, and that's 100% fundable from DCs. And then page 29 is the reforestation, and nothing exciting happening there. So the presentation I just made with all the cuts and reserves and the projects being deferred or to another year, we went from about 50% tax rate increase, and currently we're sitting at 13.3. I think the CAO wants to make final comments on the presentation.
Your Worship, if I may. So,
Yes, sir.
thank you. So staff, what I opened with, staff did what you just were presented with. Council will know that there's no closure of any Town of Mono assets. There's a potential that we're already 1 year behind on the road management plan, which would require monitoring of condition index of all our roads. May drop our current condition index from 73 to the recommendation is that roads are kept at a 70 service level. So we're entering into a possible a lower condition rating, which would result in a service level for the residents. Reserves are significantly cut, down to zero, except for equipment reserves and the things that a loan will not ease the pain for this. It only spreads out, ripping the bandage off slowly over a period of time. Council, this budget enters into a pay to replace era. So good chance next year there will be a requirement for loan with no reserves. Next year for the, or we're going to be in the debt to finance. We're going to have to go into debt to finance anything. Next year, we plan, staff will be working this year with our economists to complete our asset management plan. It will result in full 10-year assessments on the financial outcomes that will be required to service our assets. Every playground, every building, all the roads, all the bridges, that'll all come forth to council with a whole new look to a budget that hopefully can show council a stabilized tax rate over the next 10 years. It won't be 3%. So I think the budget that's been presented to you, the amendments that staff have done, while we would like to do a lot of the projects, we've taken out what we believe to be a reasonable tax rate considering the current climate. And any additions to that percentage, we would love to hear them.
Fred?
Les, I can't do the math as fast as you can. So we're at 13.3%. How many dollars would it take to get down to 12%? Can you do that quickly in your head?
1%.
That's 95.
Sorry, I turned my mic on. 1% is 95,000.
So we need another 95,000 to get it down to 12.
If you want to get it down to 12.
No, it is an arbitrary number, I admit. I'm just wondering, I think someone else on council would like to get down to 10%, but I just want, so it's 95,000 for every percentage down. So the drop at 3 percentage points down would be $270,000. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I have a question about the zoning update study. This was one that was promised to us a number of years ago, and it never materialized. Given the fact that we are retaining a full-time planner at some point, presumably early in the new year, is that something that can be put over until the planner gets their feet wet and gets settled, and then we decide to go ahead with that maybe next year?
Well, actually, Mr. Mayor, for the zoning update, that's financed 100% out of development charges.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it's in there because they need, I put it back in every year because it needs to be done. But if it
Right.
doesn't get done, that's still,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Well, I think it's been deferred 2 years in a row now, yeah. Go ahead.
Les, I need to know the number in dollars of what this changed. Like, what did we remove from the budget in dollars? Total dollars. I don't have my calculator.
3 million.
You can?
Scroll up to my summary page. It removed about 3.9 million. 3.9 million. Just under 4 million.
Awesome job, awesome job. 4.8, so we need another.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on.
Million.
So we started with 4.8, now with the 13.3, we're leaving on the table 880,000. So we cut about 4 million. It's under 4 million.
Can I also say, though, that just as I commented, Ralph's, or not Ralph's, I'm sorry, Fred's 12% is arbitrary, so was our original 4% that led to a number of 4.8 million that had to be cut. The issue is that the budget that we were presented with originally is what we need. And when you figure out the numbers back from what is needed, that is a 50% tax increase. So it's not a matter of, let's find another 200. The issue is that the more, we're anything less than 50, since 50 is what the world today, when you go to the supermarket, and you have to pay. And if you don't have, you put the apples back until you get down to the amount of pennies you've got in your pocket. But the fact is that you still need to eat. And so you're not going to get those apples today, but you're going to have a problem if you don't get the apples, right? I mean, it's just so if we're worried about, getting that 4.8, it's an artificial, we're going to be in the hole way more next year because we're making this cut. So it's almost like 13.3% now is a good deal for us.
No, I disagree with that. And I would have to say that there's a housing crisis, and if we want to contribute to that, we put out a 13% tax increase, and we'll create our own housing crisis here, because there will be people who won't be able to afford the taxes.
Ralph and then Fred.
Your Honor, are we going to have an opportunity to ask some questions about some of these items?
Yes, I presume so.
How do you want to do that?
Have we heard everything from staff? We can go into questions.
Absolutely.
Okay. We've looked at cost cuts, and I know I'm still talking small potatoes, but Kim, when I look at, Les has said we could increase the revenues from Mono Center Community Hall from 40,000 to 45,000. I don't know if that's more rentals or whether you're increasing the rental fee. But when I look at Menorah, we're still budgeting the same amount of revenues as last year, which says to me you're not planning to increase the rental rates for Menorah. And let me just ask the whole question. So those are two buildings. I'm wondering if we couldn't increase the rental rates. 3, there's the Hockley property. I know, but I just think in principle, we should be looking at increasing their rent, given how much we're going to spend on that damn roof. And I had a fourth one where we could maybe increase rent. I'm looking at the revenue side of the picture, Les, because none of your changes affect that. And I'm just wondering, is there $20,000, $30,000, or $40,000 we can squeeze out more in revenue? So Kim, my first question is, why aren't, like at Menorah, why is it $110,000? Why is it $110,000?
I've kept it at that because I prefer to be, I prefer that next year when you see revenues, it's above the 110 as opposed to you seeing maybe 100,000. Am I
Keep the
suggesting?
rental rates the same?
No. Am I suggesting that we have an increase in rental rates? I absolutely will be. I've been doing my homework and looking around. We are competitive. I'm not going to tell you that we're not competitive. We are competitive. However, is there room for recognizing that, yes, all of my expenses are going up at the buildings? Absolutely. So taking that into account will be what I will be basing the projections for new rental revenues on.
But you're saying these aren't strong enough to affect Les's numbers for this budget right now?
I'm just saying that what I like to do is I like to come in on the low side for revenues and be pleasantly surprised. Are we looking positive for next year in the amount of revenues and the amount of bookings we have? We sure are. So I just like to,
Back to, I know it's small potatoes, the Hockley House. Why are we charging them the same rent as we did last year? And we're going to spend $26,000 now on a new roof, which is less than half the rent we get from them.
Do we have a lease?
Yes.
I mean, we have a lease, but does it have a time frame for the $1,000? Can we actually increase it?
So I would be 100% in favor and council adding the lease negotiations with the Board of Trade to our unfinished business list.
Yeah, because we did have the discussion, and you guys said, no, we needed to not charge them more, that they do great things for the community.
In fairness to Fred, he was advocating that we charge.
I never said that.
I might have been soft touch.
Treasurer and I can open up the lease, Fred. The roof's leaking, it needs to be fixed, sorry, I don't know how else to say that.
Well, you say it very
bringing-
simply to Board of Trade. You say, the roof's leaking, it needs fixing. Oh, by the way, you're only paying us $12,000 a year in rent, and it's gonna cost us $26,000 to do this roof. Guess what?
That's great, so let me enter into negotiations to put in place what we believe to be proper rent for use, and perhaps a 1 year with a five-year rate increase.
And if I could just finish up with Les, because I've mentioned Kim's 2 pavilions, the Hockley House. Is there any place else in this budget, because you didn't touch it, are there any other places where we could look at more revenues, other than a tax increase?
Yes.
Toll roads.
Mike, I think you had indicated at one point that you were going to recommend some increases on the planning fees.
Yeah, planning fees.
So I have a cursory review that's been prepared by our planning consultant, and it identifies that our planning fees are low. So that would be something that could definitely come back. Is our fees bylaw planned to come back at all?
It originally been planned for August, but we had to delay it because we no longer had a
Planner.
planner.
Okay, so yes, those are being reviewed and would be brought to council through the course of 2025.
But you're saying it's premature to include them in Les's draft budget?
At this time, today, yes. Over the next couple months, no. It would be reasonable to start to look at that.
And Kim, all your program things, I know the soccer, are no room there to increase any of the fees? And I mean, the $30 for the tennis membership, what about 35? I know I'm doing small potatoes here, but if you add all these revenue things up, maybe there's $20,000, $30,000, or $40,000.
You're absolutely correct. I can most definitely up that. I think it would make our service clubs happier that
Yeah.
our user fee would be a little bit higher. They have expressed, concern that our user fee is as low as $30. I could do a little bit of research into what other municipalities charge. I know $30 was just the number we put out there because it was the first time we were having a fee for use of courts, so we didn't want to go too high on it. And you have to remember it's for per family member. So if you're, I want you to remember that as well. It's not per family, it's per family member.
Elaine?
I just want to keep on this bent that we're on here about revenue. And this just popped into my mind, so, things happen here. Our fire permits are now done online, and they're free. Could we consider, it's just, let's imagine things. We need more money. Could we contemplate a $25 fee per fire permit? I'd pay it.
Okay, I'm dating myself again. I think Kim might remember, because she's here as long as I have been. I think at one time we did charge a small fee, like $10 or something. And then we found we had all these illegal fires.
Yeah, of course.
So we said, you know what, get a permit, at least we know about it. So we decided on safety, the $10 fee. It didn't generate a lot of money, and there was a lot of people complaining there's a fire, and the fire department has to go out. I mean, they have to go out regardless, but it caused more problems than the benefit.
Well, you know what? We charge people to license their dogs that might not, well, whatever, that's a different story. However, if we implemented this, it could offset calls from the fire department in that sense, because, I don't know, I'm not trying to, you know, make this a nanny state, to use somebody else's words, but it's a pay for service in that sense. Like, we issue the permit. Permits cost money. Like, I'm not sure if that's unreasonable. Like, would people rather pay $25 for a permit for a fire, or 13% in taxes? No, I know, but, you know, like, every little bit makes a difference. Like, I think we do need to think differently. We can't expect to do the same thing over and over again, stealing from reserves, stealing from doing road maintenance, and think that things will get better. Like, you say that all the time. And so how can we be creative and increase revenues in a sensible way, so that we're not placing a huge burden? You know, we charge for parking tickets. Like, it's like, I don't know, I'm just asking us to think outside of our usual.
Like I brought up last year, Les, how about actually, if we have a 13% increase in our taxes, how many bucks is that per household average?
Well, the old per household question.
Just top of my head, about 400, because on average, Mono residents are paying about between $3,000 and $4,000 our share of the taxes. So 13% of that is, say, $400.
So that's your next trip to Costco, or maybe even just Zayres. To put things in perspective, we are a community that all lives together, that all avails of services, and no, I don't play in the tennis, and so yes, the guy who plays in the tennis should pay a nominal fee and so on. But the actual big services that are in this budget, they need to be spread over all of us. And in actual fact, an additional $400 is really, I would argue, not much for even people on fixed incomes. Like, we're all retired on fixed incomes, so just put into perspective.
So just to the issue of revenue, the other area that could be quite promising would be the review of our fine revenue. And, you know, we've talked to Fred about this in terms of revisiting our bylaws and the penalties contained in those bylaws, some of which haven't increased in many, many years. That would be subject to judicial approval, but I think we could pick up some good dollars there to offset bylaw enforcement costs. The other thing that you know, I was reminded of before I left home this morning was whatever happened to the carbon tax supplement for rural Ontario, or you know, in particular Orangeville and Mono. We were promised a review by the federal government, and that hasn't happened. So I'm going to be writing to the Prime Minister and saying, this is what you said in your last budget about reviewing and making it more equitable, and that would put another $200+ into people's pockets if in fact they recognize that we are a rural community and not downtown Toronto. So I just throw that out there.
Interesting that you say that, because my husband came home the other day and announced to the family that they'd be getting $250 in a check from the government because of that.
Well, that's a separate.
That's separate.
Yeah.
That's a separate one?
Yeah, so put the two together and it's not too bad.
There you go.
Still a bribe.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Ralph?
Question to Kim. Kim, is there any room on the trail maintenance? It's $56,000. I'm not quite clear why it's doubled this year. That's page 20, notes to budget, page 23 at the bottom.
The reason that is where it is because we're looking at the, having to redo the Watermark Trail. That's where the majority of the cost is in there, and that's, we did get a quote, an approximate quote, so that we knew for budgetary purposes. I put in my capital budget report the pictures of how overgrown it is, the drainage issues that we're having. And I have had town staff, both between Public Works and Recreation staff, look at that and to see whether or not we could do it in-house. And the report that they've given me back is we just don't have the equipment that is required to do what is required on that trail. And even renting the equipment out, by the time we pay for the rental, and then there's even the challenge of where all of the granular is going to be, if we were to do it in-house, where the granular, and there's a lot of granular that's got to come, we're talking like a mountain full, where's that going to be stored, and how is it going to be spread without the appropriate equipment? Whereas the contractor would bring in the granular, he has the equipment, he's got the, he'll bring in the amount of granular as it is needed and spread it, there won't be any storage issues. So the majority of that is to bring that watermark trail back to where it should be.
Okay, got it,
And-
thank you. The other-
Follow-on question.
The other
Oh, sorry,
question I
Ralph.
have is about the cemetery.
Elaine just wanted to follow up.
Oh,
On that
oh,
same,
okay.
thank you. This is the trail that we had complaints from the residents, and I had talked to various people, because the resident called me. This is that trail, right?
That's correct. We have done some cutting back of overgrowth.
Yes.
That has been done.
Yeah.
But this is
This
strictly
is serious,
surface.
yeah. And the developer has no more responsibility for that.
No.
Yeah, well, we'll keep that in mind.
They obviously did such a great job not so many years ago. Ralph?
My other question, and I'm not sure who answers this, is the cemetery is up to 30,000, and I think I heard that there was a $14,000 charge for some work on the grounds. Could you tell us what that's about?
Yep, thanks, Councilor Migdalo. Public Works took this over, I want to say, the responsibility of the church about 7 years ago, when the committee dissolved. We've had challenges with maintaining that building due to the fluctuation in temperatures. There's no heat, there's hydro there. The paint is constantly peeling off the walls. The windows are 100+ years old. So we've been having to paint these things and maintain them, but not the perfect, not in the best way possible. And so we wanted to investigate the potential of either dehumidifying the facility to prolong the life, because it is a heritage building, we have to maintain it. Those funds are in there for windows, painting, regular maintenance, and investigating whether or not a heat pump or something to kind of stabilize that temperature to prolong the internal components, the windows, the walls. I believe they're.
Bulldozer.
Pardon me?
Bulldozer.
Mitchell Church.
How about we do a GoFundMe Mitchell Church and see if the community wants to keep it? If it's not used for anything.
Can't use it.
I know. So if it's not used for anything, why would we invest in it? It's an asset, I guess, but we don't use it for anything, so it's really not an asset. Do we use it for anything, Kim?
No.
No. I know somebody whose daughter got married in it very many years ago. They live there. Maybe the people who live around that church want to put up a fund to save the Mitchell Church. And we give them, here's the budget amount, you raise it, we'll fix it. Again, think outside the box. Why should we pay for something that we don't want, we can't use, can't make any revenue on, just costs us money? And to the cemetery thing, I don't want to sound harsh, but $41,000, I think, was on that whole line for cemeteries. I can't remember. And I go, we have a housing crisis, and we're putting $41,000 into cemeteries. And so I just leave that out there. Mike's got something to say.
I've got a couple of questions, if I can. Did the,
Mayor, sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
think Mike was going to respond to that.
oh, Mike, sorry.
So the cemeteries are through the Cemeteries Act. And a lot of that money is safety. If you've ever toured our abandoned cemeteries, you'll understand the height of the granite is quite impressive. I wish my headstone could be that big, but yeah, so it is, and this building is heritage. Council has designated this building as heritage. We have tried to maintain it in its current state the best we can, but we're struggling, and I don't know whether this is something to do with the heat and thaw cycles we're seeing. It's degrading faster than the Earl Dodds days, when Earl Dodds and I forget who the board was. I think there was Glenn Holmes was on that board, and so the insides are just like Matt says, it's just constant. The old wood windows are struggling to survive, and we're trying to get ahead. That budget was increased $9,000, I think, probably 6 or 7 years ago. The bandage is not working, and we want to try and get something more permanent.
Is there any money from the Heritage, not the committee, but Ontario Heritage for saving structures? I'm going to ask my expert in the audience if I'm allowed to do that.
Honestly, I'd have to research it.
Yeah.
I can't see, there was last article in the Architectural Conservancy.
So sorry, Barbara, you're not being caught at all
Yes,
by the
thank you.
viewing public.
I'm allowed to do that? Okay.
That's up
Thank you,
to
Mr. Mayor.
your worship.
Thanks, Barbara.
First of all, I'm putting on the spot here, but I do remember an article in the Architectural Conservancy newsletter where some group had gone and done a GoFundMe to save a building. I don't know whether or not the province is willing to give money to that, but I will look into it. I would make a point of taking a look and see what funds are available. And I'm wondering about the federal funds as well. I doubt very much if we can afford to do much with it on our budget, but we certainly could look into it. Does that help?
Thank you,
Yes,
Barbara.
it does,
And
thank
the Heritage budget is still the town budget, and so I'm trying to find a way to offload this expense somewhere else. And so maybe I'll write a letter to Kyle.
I would suggest you write a letter to Sylvia Jones too as well.
All right, then. Anyway. Maybe we could defer that, or no? Is it in such a state that if we don't do it now, we're going to be in big trouble, the roof's going to fall in and all that stuff? I can't remember.
Sorry, I haven't been in it for a year, so Matt's been
you.
doing the inspections.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Capes. We did the roof 6 years ago, steel roof, so it's good for, I want to say, a long time. Soffit, fascia, eave trough, all that stuff's good. We did some repointing of all the masonry work the following year, so 5 years ago. This year we did do some superficial, I want to call it superficial painting and resealing. It only goes so far when you're putting paint over top of 100-year-old peeling paint. It's very difficult to remove, so the goal is to kind of keep that building at a level that inside that you're not constantly chasing these maintenance issues. It's the same story with the roads, the bridges, everything else.
Would it live for another year
Sure.
without us intervening now and to that extent?
So there's a significant amount of condensation on the windows and in there when we go in there every year. It's a lot of work, and we do pay attention to and then you have the headstones that we have to look at every year under the Act, and we're responsible for doing that.
Right.
So maintenance of the fences, all those types of things. But the internal works, yeah, I would say it's.
Okay,
Les?
thank you.
It's in there because I would say we have to, just like the
Right.
bridges and the roads and everything
Didn't
else.
end up
but-
on your
but-
page with the red criticals, so I'm just, no, thank
That's
you very
Les's
much. I
page.
appreciate that.
That's Les's red marker that's all over my numbers.
I Thank you, Your Worship. No, I just want to point out, it's not the entire 30,000. 14 of that is lawn cutting. So you're looking at the 16,000. So it's not the whole 30.
So I have two questions, whether these items survived the chopping block. One is the resurfacing the parking lot outside, $30,000. Is that still in the budget?
Yes.
Yeah.
No? Gone?
No, that was that for the first.
I know it's on the hit list.
Yeah. I can't recall whether it was cut or not.
It was left in.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor Krellman. So that's 4 years now that we're not going to be resurfacing the whole thing. It was like to patch it so it wouldn't continue to degrade, right? Because the guys are plowing the parking lots over there, and every time they hit it with the snowplow in the winter, it's breaking pieces off.
Okay.
The county did replace the culvert, which
Right.
was circa early 70s at the road, and we did have to pave that with one of the existing budget lines for 2024. So we were able to do that and a little bit of extra work, but it's more or less patchwork. So
I did cut it.
And to be okay. And to be an equal opportunity Scrooge, did the $50,000 for the menorah kitchen survive?
Yes. It's still in the budget.
If you want to raise the rent.
Well, the photograph I saw, looked like a door was hanging off to one side, and I thought screwdriver and screws, and it's fixed.
If you've already done that a few times, and then there's no purchase anymore for your screws.
Okay, I'm just, I think we're down to nickel and dimes here. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
So I thought we were going to get a chance to go page by page, but we're not going to do that?
We did do that.
No, we did, but we were listening to less. But I got page by page highlights.
But we each have our own, we each have our own lists.
Right.
And I've covered off the things that I wanted to cover off, and I'm inviting members of council, but to go page by page when, we may have addressed everything.
I got 29 pages on my list. Anyway, so I'll reduce them to a couple of comments. And I think you've covered this in some cases. I'm really worried about cutting the reserves out completely. And a number of places I had said, just reduce it, reduce it, reduce it. But I would have to go through each line to tell you what that is. However, I do notice as a general comment, in the budget, there is 2024 budget, 2024, as projected year end, and then 2025 is higher. So if the projected year end is real, like if we think that's a real good number, why wouldn't we just budget that projected year end number for 2025? I mean, that's across the whole budget, so that's kind of a crazy question, but Les will have a really good answer for that.
Well, actually, Councillor Capes, going through, in most cases, I did carry forward the same number. It was like insurance is one exception, because insurance always goes up. But generally, the lines, unless we know a cost is going up, like I mentioned in the roads equipment budget, we're getting new tires for the various equipment. I thought I did carry most of it across, unless there was a known cost increase.
So you may have carried the 2024 budget number, but when the projected actual year end is lower, why wouldn't we start with the projected year end, the lower number, to put in for the 2025
In a couple
number?
cases, I see where you go, like, there's a couple of spots in both halls that the maintenance budget did not hit budget. Like 24 budget was, the actual projected was actually lower. And again, some of that I'm attributing to Kim not being, being off. So I put the same budget in for 2025, thinking whatever didn't get done under maintenance will get caught up in 2025.
So because we were frugal,
No, I wouldn't say frugal, just something did not get done because of cost.
timing,
or-
because of
Yeah.
lots of things.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to go back to my very original point, which is small potatoes, but I think it involves public perceptions. And I would like to argue, I don't know whether I have to put a motion on the floor or whether we can just do this by consensus, that council salaries this year do not get a COLA. It only saves $4,000 or something, but I think we tell the public, we understand, we've done the best we can, and just to show you how sincere we are, we're keeping council salaries the same as they were in 2024. That's
only
not for
10
you to
grand.
answer, Les, it's for the rest of council to shoot Fred down.
grand.
No, it's 4,000.
It's symbolic.
$4,273.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at from 2023, yeah.
So I don't know that we need a motion per se, because, I think we can verbally instruct the treasurer to report back to the next budget meeting the results of this process, inclusive of what you're suggesting.
Well, we know we're at 13.2. This will hardly reduce it by a decimal point, but it's the public perception I'm thinking of.
Fair enough. Are you including the training, which, as we heard, includes the
I would like
conference
to, but you
attendance?
guys are going to squawk about that. I'll make the suggestion, and you guys can shoot me down. Take the $8,000 out for council training. Shoot me down.
In which,
Make us pay for it ourselves without giving.
so we
Good
go
idea.
to, AMO to lobby ministers and.
As if that has any impact.
Well,
No, I think it's important.
I think that people who volunteer need to be respectfully remunerated. And I think that it's magnanimous of you sitting here, but I don't think that it speaks to the importance of what this job is. And I think it sets a poor precedent. I don't know, you're saying political because you want people to think that you're personally giving back. I don't think that's the message. The message is that we're sitting here doing our best to provide the level of service that Mono residents have come to deserve, and not even just Mono, just Ontario residents deserve. And so to say it's small potatoes, it's almost ingenuous to say that. It's such a little amount of money, so I have a problem with it. And I think that the training is extremely important. I've been to, you don't have to go every year, but as you say, you go and lobby to the higher governments, and I think to just offhand say that it doesn't do anything is disrespectful.
Ralph?
So for once, I agree with you. I think it's symbolic, but it's so small potatoes that it really doesn't mean much. So I think if we're going to do something, we should cut our salaries in half or do something that's more than symbolic. So I would agree that we don't do your proposal. And with respect to conventions, I've been to a number of conventions, and I've found them to be a very important part of my development as a counselor. And John goes to them one or two yearly and represents us as a council, as a town there. So I would prefer to leave both of them in place.
Okay. Elaine?
Yeah, I think I lost my train of thought. So, I will say, I, for one, did not run to take a seat here to make money. I just want that to be clear, and I'm not trying to be political here, it's just a fact. I knew what the salary was coming in, and that's not what motivated me to want to sit here. And I appreciate what you're saying about if we want to be equitable, maybe we need to consider that the salary needs to be something that would be better for people who want to have a job at the table, who wouldn't be able to because they would need more financial support. So lots of things to consider there. I do want to draw attention to our emergency services protection services, let's call it, because that's fire and OPP, yep. The reason that our fire and OPP expenses are so far increased is thanks to the provincial government. There is a motion that we can support to lobby the government to at least compensate us for OPP. OPP is not just a town police service, it is Ontario. So I think there's an opportunity to lobby there. Fire services were increased thanks to the provincial government yet again for changing the training and certification standards to suit what they thought was the best thing and not with consideration for what our firefighters think, I believe. And so that was a huge impact to our fire departments because they had to pay for additional training when it really wasn't demonstrated that that level of training was required. So they took away the fire college proper, and they introduced all of this expense to the fire departments. So those are two things that I think we could lobby, try to have an impact for. It's not increasing revenues, but it's actually increasing provincial support for emergency or protection services.
I'd go further, and that is when the tax bill goes out, I wouldn't mind seeing an enclosure that explains at least what part of the increase is attributable to OPP, fire, and decline in provincial grants, so that people understand, you know, what we're up against, thanks to the government policies.
And just, sorry, further to that, when we look at the beautiful graph that Les did for us, the pie chart, the circle, last year, our protection services were 22.48% of our expenditures, and this year, they're only 18.39. So it is less this year than it was last year already.
But that's
So-
only because Public Works went up so high.
Well, yes, I know, but it's still, it still adds to add up. So anyway,
Ralph?
So I've heard you Les quite clearly. There are two things that do concern me. One is the reserve, lack of reserve contributions. I'm not too sure how much it is. Is it about $800 less than we were going to put in before?
I'm
Eight-
sorry, I don't
800,000,
quite
I should say.
understand your question,
The
Councillor.
question is how much, I'm trying to determine how much difference in the reserve contribution there is from what we have projected in your original budget.
You mean the reduction?
Yes.
I could just open up my other reserve page. You're looking at almost over $1 million.
Over $1 million, okay. So I don't like that, but I don't see another alternative right now unless we increase our tax rate more or we go into debt. And I'd also have to say that I'm reluctant to accept Mike's statement that next year we'll likely be going into debt. I may be paraphrasing incorrectly, but because I think that for the town to go into debt, it's a new road to go down. It's a very major one, and I don't want to speak to it now. I have some thoughts about it, but I would be very reluctant to go into debt, and we require a very fulsome discussion with the council and with staff before that happens. So I don't accept it that it's a sort of an inevitable thing for next year. Given what you've recommended to us with a 13.3%, it's not the percent I was looking for, but I think I can accept it.
So just a question about a couple of other things. On page 16, there is a whole segment on crossing guards, and it costs us, in the budget here, if I'm looking at it correctly, it's $16,720. Why doesn't the school board cover that? We give them money. I'm just saying, it's their school, they're responsible for the children. Why are they not paying for the crossing guard? Just,
It's our road and our children.
I can't date myself on this one. Perhaps Les remembers how this started, but I
I
believe
think
it
it's
was
our
a council
responsibility.
decision
Yeah.
for the safety of the children crossing Hockley Road to provide this service, so.
And if you
So
withdraw.
I'd have to look back. I just don't know that it was,
And I
Mrs.
think
Pinay
that-
was our first employee, and Golden Road was crossing to the school.
So this is Hockley?
This is, Golden Road has a walkway that comes out of the north end that has families with children that attend MAPS, so that is
Right.
the crossing.
Well, you know what? The parent council should be taking care of this, and they should be providing volunteer cross guards. I just, it makes me go like,
So that.
why are we paying for
That
this?
budget number also includes streetlights, and
No.
it's crossing guards and street lighting.
Yes, I know, but the line of,
So the
like the
salary
total.
would cover our labor for probably patrol doing inspections on our
Oh,
high
so-
mass lighting. There's benefits to that. The safety devices, that's
Oh.
generally, so that's salary on 1115 for traffic control is
Okay.
not 100% crossing guard. That would have to do with our public works staff doing inspections and
Oh, I see.
sometimes maintenance with respect to our high mass lighting.
All right, so it's more than
It's
just
more than just the salary for
for a crossing guard. Okay,
the
that's
crossing guard,
great.
yep.
And then, of course, I'm going to go to page 23B. Now, I have an old copy of the budget. I'm not sure if it's the right page. But Lloyd Armstrong Park is costing us $17,000. I know I'm nickel and diming here, but if we can take out if we can take out uncritical, things, then let's look at that. So I don't understand, I just, bring that out.
Like materials and supplies,
Yeah, 500 to
For what?
6,500.
65.
So we maintain that, we have to clean that up.
No, let Kim, yes,
But it was
thank you,
500
Kim.
last year.
Explain,
She told us before,
Kim?
but carry on.
Go ahead, Kim.
Well, one of the items in that line, and it's interesting that Elaine brought it, I'm sorry, Councillor Capes brought it up, was in recognition of that park being in the north end of our municipality, and there are limited services that are provided out there. There is a lovely picnic shelter, there is a ball diamond. So you'll see that on line 1249, it went from 2024 final budget of $1,000 to 2025 staff budget of $6,500. So there's a $5,500 increase there. That $5,500 was recognizing that that is a park that is located on a bike route that a lot of people will use 30th Side Road for biking. And that was to put a bike repair station in up there, recognizing that perhaps people may need that. Now, my suggestion, moving forward on this, is perhaps if we were to remove the bike repair station at Lloyd Armstrong Park, that would be $5,500, take that line down to $1,000. Perhaps that may be monies that council could think about for the pickleball painting at Lynn Gibson Park.
Mono Center.
Or line painting for pickleball. I'll just say your location would be 100% up to council. I'm just saying that may be something, that was my way of recognizing that, yes, we have a park in the northern end. I know we had some residents who were asking for additional playground or asking
One
for
resident asking for
playground
that.
equipment up there, which we had not entertained that thought. So this was saying, okay, there is something that, we know that bikers are using that road, so perhaps because we put these bike repair stations in at other locations within Mono at our parks, that this may be a location to put one in up there.
So,
That's what was going in.
thank you, Kim, and I find that interesting because there's one bike ride that we do through Mono. Other than that, there's nobody riding bikes on that road. Like, I think we need to put a camera there to demonstrate the non-use of that space, because, and people are, a lot of people are afraid to ride around there because the traffic is a little bit crazy and people drive too fast, and so, like, you know that when we did the bike challenge, I refused to go out and do the bike challenge because I would refuse to ride my bike on the road there because it's dangerous. But anyway, so a bike repair center there, I'm not sure I see that as good use of our funds. And so I would agree with you that it could be reallocated to satisfy some of those red needs that the other places have. And maybe a bike rack is one of those at that Mono Center College Park, wherever that was. Anyway, so, yeah, but I have an issue with investing. It's like throwing good money after bad. Like, I just have a concern about that.
Ralph and then Melinda.
Kim has suggested that we use the $5,000 from that Lloyd Armstrong Park for the pickleball lines in the Len Gibson Park. And I think that's a good idea. I'd support that. I'd also support the bike rack, another $1,000. I think the pickleball club should pay for putting in lines on another court there. They charge fees and they have users, and they'll have more users when they have another court there, so they can probably cover it.
We didn't actually get to talk about the 7250 that was the additional comment, requests from the clubs that we already have and have already spent a lot of money on. And I think that it would be a really good idea to spend a couple of seasons to see exactly. I know that the CDRC has had some pickleball enthusiasm, which has waned as other places are available to, so things change, and we've spent a lot of money on this and a lot of effort, and there are some other activities, and gravel road riding with a bicycle is actually a growing sport here. We are known, I know that we're known for the Porsches and the motorcycles that nobody likes, but we're also known for quiet gravel bikers. And I don't know whether we need to spend $5,000 on that park on that, but I think that it is a misconception to think that biking isn't going on our gravel roads. And i.e., just as an example of other sports besides pickleball and tennis, which we have spent an awful lot of time and effort and money on, and perhaps just to lay low on some of these things. There is a bike rack. They're going to have exercise. Why can't they put their bike over there and walk to the thing? Why do they need a bike rack right beside it when there already is one there? I mean, just as an example. And with the painting of lines, just last night we were noticing in the dark after the Heritage meeting that the parking lot that we have right here needs some lines painted on it. There's lots of places to do different things. I don't know about taking the money out of your budget, because I'm happy with the 13.3, to have it floating around as if something comes up, but I don't know that we've hit the nail yet on what to spend that money on, or that we need to take it out.
Right. Good points. And yes, I know that off-trail riding is big, but not there. I just know that because I live there and I don't see them. And the only time I do is when we have that one organized bike ride, like it's for MS or for something. There's a ride that happens that I see people coming through. The other thing too is, and I did bring this up before, was lawn maintenance. Apparently we don't want a tiny forest. However, grasslands are also big sequesters, but also fit with our climate plan. If we were to just allow that to turn itself back into grasslands, and people could still walk there with their dogs. Anyway, then we don't need to spend money cutting grass, using gasoline that goes up into the atmosphere. It's
Elaine, this park is we need to have resident input into this park, because I don't think you're as unbiased as you could be, because you're next door.
You think?
I really, well, yeah, and so, and to, you know, say that there was only one person who wanted playground and so on. I'd like to know what Mono, people who live in North Mono want to do for this park. And so in the meantime, it behooves us to maintain what we have. Ticks and grass and so on, we need to maintain it. We can't just let it go wild. So there is a cost to have our maintenance people go there, and that's what's in the budget. It's modest, because it's part of what our maintenance is to all of our parks. But I think we need to maintain that. But going forward for 2025, to put on our list of let's ask the public what we would like to do with our parks, would be something that wouldn't necessarily cost us any money, but would get us some information that was really very objective.
I am biased because I live there and I see what goes on and what doesn't go on. And I'm conscious of a $17,000 line that could be zero. Like, we're taking important things like roads and the reserves and just zeroing them out. This is, it's not, in my mind, it's not a critical asset in that sense. It was gifted to the town, I appreciate that, but it is underutilized, and our roads are more utilized, and I would rather see us invest. I know it's only $17,000, but that puts some money back on a line to fix a road or put into road reserves. And I just feel strongly about that.
Can I make a suggestion? And that is, we've had I think, a very productive session here, more so than frankly I expected. And I think for our next meeting, Les could bring back a budget based on his changes. And then if we as councillors want to make additional changes, we can actually move specific motions to add or subtract items from what we settled on here today. Does that make sense?
Council salaries.
Except for one item.
Well, that would be a motion. Yeah.
And that is the red items that Kim had. Maybe Les would like to have a sense of what council would like to do with them. There are three red items on her report. The pickleball lines on 2 courts and the bike rack. Do we want interested in supporting that?
I wonder if that's not Kim's best judgment, because she did just say, take 5,000 from there and use it for that. I mean, this is information that came after the budget was created, and maybe Kim wants to go back and look at her own recreation budget and say, I think these belong here and these don't. I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just saying you probably have a better sense of what's necessary.
To be clear, next meeting, we can move motions to add things such as the pickleball lines, or the bike rack, or not. I mean, I think we're now down to the nitty-gritty here. And as for the council COLA, I think that can be a motion, because there is a divergence of opinion about that. But I think we've got it to a point where we have something to work with, at least now, other than 45%. How do people feel?
So you're suggesting leaving it up to Kim. I'm happy with that.
No, leave it up to Les and Kim.
Yeah,
If
well,
Kim
that's
waves a
okay.
magic wand and can do those things within her envelope now, that's fine. If not, then it becomes up to us to move motions to add to,
Redirect the money.
Yep,
redirect the money or add to.
I'm happy with that.
Which don't you do anyway? Isn't that what happens anyway?
I'm sorry.
So that but I'd be loath to take, and we were just, this conversation, which made you have had enough and want to put an end to it, was about getting, I mean, was about Lloyd Armstrong and saying, nix it completely, and me saying, no, keep it in because there's a whatever. So if you keep it in, and then you find out that, you can get some guy to mow the grass by hand, it's gonna cost less, or you don't need it, or it's a bad year, or whatever, the money does get moved around a little bit, whereas if you take it out of the budget completely, then you would not have any money to look after the maintenance there, right?
I'm not sure that's what we were saying, Melinda.
Yeah.
We were talking about the red items that Kim presented from the clubs.
Yes, I know the red items.
And I think those can be subject to motions when we get the next version of the budget. And if in the meantime, Kim has not come up with a way of moving those things around, reallocating, then it's up to us to make the decision as to the pickleball lines and so forth.
Yeah, if I can just step in there, the budget, the newer version of the budget, which has been presented to you by Les, is really bare bones. It is bare bones. We've discussed, Les and myself, and obviously Matt with his budget and with Mike, and we have really scrimped and to come up with this new budget for you. The one area I did want to point out to you, because now there was this new 7,250 in recreation users sport group requests, and it was said at the beginning of the meeting, is there a possible area that we could take that money from rather than adding it into the budget? That is my one suggestion. It is just a suggestion, and I think following through with Mayor Krillman is to bring you back the bare bones budget, which has been presented to you, and if that time in 2 weeks you say, you know what, Kim, that suggestion of removing the 5,500 for that bike rack station and the cement pad that it would have to go on, we like that idea to possibly put pickleball lines somewhere, or you may say, you know what, let's just go through a year or two of seeing where we go with the need for pickleball. Is it going to keep raising, or is it going to wane out as with all the new pickleball courts that are being built? Are we going to feel less pressure in Mono for drawing pickleball lines? That may be something, once you look at the final budget or the new revised budget, then you can make those decisions. Sorry, I might have said more than I should have there, but.
And the other benefit we have because of the hiatus between now and when we consider the budget again, we may hear something from the province about the 2.8% OPP increase, and that will take some pressure off that 13%.
Wait a second. If there was something like that, then I would really, really want to see us putting some money into reserves, even if it's only a couple of pennies in each of the lines that we took it
And you'll have the
out.
opportunity to move that motion. Okay, I think that's fair.
Let's have lunch.
Okay. Are we okay for lunch?
Yes.
Yes, and just thank you very much, all of you, for succumbing to the treasurer's wishes. And thank you, Les, for the work that you've done to work with the team to bring these numbers down. Much appreciated, and yeah, now we've got some hard work to do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So we're going to go into recess now,
Yeah.
Your Worship, and is the plan when we come back to go straight into in-camera, just so that the public's aware?
Correct, let's do that.
Okay. Okay, so Andrew, we're going to go into recess, and then we'll be prepared for in-camera when
Okay.
we come back after a break.
Yeah. There's no,
This will be about a 30-minute recess.
30 minutes, folks.
Because John said.
We're back live.
I know we did. Oh, we're gonna come back to six.
You have to make the motion.
Yeah, I do.
Have to follow.
So, good afternoon again. I have a motion that council moves into a closed session pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 1 minute, at 1:09 PM for committee resignations, if we need to talk about that in camera, as there is provision for a discussion personnel matters involving an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. In number 2, Violet Hill Gravel Pit, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. Do I have a mover to that? Deputy Mayor Nix moves, Lane Cape seconds. Any objections? Motion is carried, and we'll go in camera.
Okay, Andrew, just let us know when we're offline and safe to carry on.
We're back live.
Thank you, and I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 2:23 PM and direct town staff to proceed accordingly. The mover is Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition?
Is this the longest meeting we've ever had?
Probably.
No, we'd always stay late.
Do we need a motion to continue past 1 o'clock?
In the past, Your Worship, when we had scheduled lunch, it was considered inherent.
Okay.
What was considered inherent?
Said we would be after one.
Technically, after 1 o'clock, we have to vote for a second reading. But he says if we had lunch,
So when council accepted the agenda, right, and you pointed out, Your Worship, there was
The
going to be
lunch,
lunch.
yeah, okay. So I have a motion that we accept the resignations of Bob McCrea and Eric Fournie, and that we direct staff to proceed with accepting applications to fill the committee vacancies. Now, if I have a mover and seconder, we can talk about Elaine Kehoe's suggestion. Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposition? Okay. Elaine, I think I'll let others obviously have their say, but as I mentioned earlier, there's nothing to preclude you or any other person to encourage people to apply through the normal process of that is online, and they can do so, in terms of in person and writing. Forming a committee might be a little bit awkward, because then the question becomes, who do you put on the committee, and that kind of thing. But I appreciate your suggestion and the novelty of it, that we need to widen our reach, as it were, for citizens to sit on committees. Elaine?
I would
come on
just,
forward.
Yeah, come and sit up here with us. Don't be so far away. I would like to hear, if I could, through you, from the clerk about the process that we use for all committee appointments.
So we will advertise and promote through all of our channels, social media, website, council highlights, newsletter if we have, or any other publication that is timely. We will put ads in the local newspaper. We still have one newspaper that we put print ads into. So we'll put an ad into that newspaper. Typically, we'll run that a minimum of twice, so 2 weeks.
Is that the Citizen?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's good to recognize that we do have a process that is quite far-reaching, and that we want to be consistent with how we appoint members to committees, and I think we should still follow that process. I do also agree that it's great that you would like to champion out in the community, tapping people on the shoulder to say, there's going to be an ad in the paper, there's going to be a call for people for this committee. Do you know anybody? Or saying, you should, tap somebody and say, I think you should apply when you see this. So we use the process we currently have for every committee that we've used forever, that has worked, and just take it one that step further, that this is coming. We could even notify you when that's going to happen. So you could go start tapping people on the arm. So I think that's a great idea.
Is there anywhere in place where you want a certain background? Obviously, if you're going to have a chair of the planning committee, they have to have knowledge of planning, etc. So where is your criteria found for the applicant to look at?
I start with common sense. Seriously, I really do.
Fred would have an answer to this.
Yeah, so with the application, we also include information about the specific committee and what the duties and responsibilities are. And we take that from the council's policy for standing committees. So we take that mandate, and that on occasion includes what would be considered a reasonable background. In the case of the Committee of Adjustment, we would also look to the Planning Act for references there as to what might be suitable skill sets.
Yeah, sorry.
So when will the ad start running, and when can I get a copy of the criteria so that if I'm at an event, I'm able to talk it up and know what I'm talking about?
I have to confer with our digital content specialist as to lead times for getting things published in the newspaper. Not likely to be this week. I'm sure we're probably past the deadline. It might be next week, but I have to get back to council on timing.
The terms of reference, do we have terms of reference for?
Well, the terms of reference are published right now on our website, so
Okay,
those are
maybe
available.
send a copy to Elaine, or the link?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thanks for staying around.
Thank you, you're very patient. So I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, and then we can go through Schedule A and speak to Elaine. Sorry?
Your worship, did we call the motion that's on the floor?
No, I guess we didn't. We have a mover, seconder, and before we call the vote, I'd just like to thank Bob McCrea and Eric Fournie for their service to the town of Mono over many, many years. Any opposed? Okay. Motion is carried.
Are there any comments about this that anybody wants to make?
Fred?
Your worship, does council want to give formal direction to staff at this time to develop a procedure bylaw for the Committee of Adjustment?
Well, after listening to the discussion, I mean, it might be overdoing things, but it probably is a good idea to have one. The question I would have is timing. I mean, it seems to me we got another meeting of Committee of Adjustment coming up. You can't possibly have them.
I think we can run one more meeting without having a special,
Okay.
Procedural bylaw.
Well, then I would say if the clerk thinks
Worked
it's a
well
good
for
idea. that-
40 years.
Yes, I think so.
I would suggest that it might be helpful to recirculate to all committee members, just a little reminder as we come to the middle of the term, to what your duties and responsibilities are. And we can do that quickly. But I do think that it would be a good idea to cross the Ts and dot the Is with its own procedural bylaw.
Fred?
I apologize if there was a question, I missed it. My apologies, Councillor Davy.
I just said that I thought that it would be a good idea if we recirculated to all committee members at this time, being the middle of our term, what their duties and responsibilities are. Remind them of the procedures in the quick term, and then in the long term, I was saying that, yes, I just putting my 2 cents in, that I do think that a specific procedural bylaw would be helpful going forward.
Yes.
So I think it's an opportunity when 2 new members are engaged in this reformed Committee of Adjustment to have a training session with the entire 5 bodies who would make up that Committee of Adjustment to review the procedural bylaw that we have, review the terms of reference, do that training. It'll be a repeat for some people, but at least all together, they will have the same message, and I think that would be a good educational opportunity.
And they have requested that.
Right, so though I believe this recommendation is for some immediate training once new people are selected before a new procedure bylaw. And I think it would be fabulous at this point if council puts on the record that all committees, including the Committee of Adjustment, are expected to follow the town's procedure bylaw. So
Right.
that's recorded in the interim before a new bylaw.
when they were first
established. So
Yeah.
if that is, if that's in the
Yeah,
public
I
record
can-
now, that that's council's position.
I want to speak to items 2, the resignation of the 2 members of the Committee of Adjustment, and I was going to mention the issue of what procedural bylaw applies at the current moment. and as far as I'm concerned, it is the town's current procedural bylaw. If I could say a few things about the term quasi-judicial, which has been bandied about with regard to the Committee of Adjustment. It's quasi-judicial to the extent that its decisions can only be appealed to a provincial tribunal. They do not have to, the appeal to their decisions isn't through this council, it is through an independent provincial tribunal. It's quasi-judicial to the extent that under the Planning Act, they have a 4-year term. So they are protected from being dismissed by council. They have the protection of a 4-year term. There is another aspect to this, that the process that our Committee of Adjustment has followed for the past 30 or more years has been that they convene, they hear applications, and they usually make a decision then and there. Okay. The committee took a marked departure from that when they decided to, quote, reserve. In other words, go in camera to bandy about what position they were going to take on a given application. And I think that's wrong on a number of levels. Number one, it's contrary to the spirit of this council for as long as I can remember. It's contrary to the spirit of the Municipal Act. It's contrary to what other committees of adjustment do in other parts of Ontario. And we've had a committee of adjustment that I do not believe has ever been appealed due to a procedural perception of a procedural error. And the other thing I'd say is that if, like other tribunals or courts, there's a feeling that you need to go behind closed doors to assess credibility, which is an issue in trials, and it's an issue in other tribunals, that is one thing, but the typical work of a committee of adjustment does not involve assessing credibility. It's to basically make a decision on the merits of the presentations made to it. So I don't see how the notion of reserving, all of a sudden after 30 years, is introduced to this process. And I'm dead set against it. I think we've worked well with the system as it has been, and will continue to do so in the future. Even if they have their own procedural bylaw, I think that the notion of going in camera should follow the criteria of the Municipal Act. And I can't think of a lot of instances where a committee of our council would be able to invoke the in-camera provisions of the Municipal Act. So that's all I have to say about it. I do value the service provided by both these gentlemen, but I think it's time to move on and reassert the openness that this council has adopted going back many, many years. Michael?
Your Worship, if I may. At this time, I would like to address the schedule items as well, being numbers 2 and 3, being the resignation letters of Bob McCrea from the Planning, Environmental, and Natural Heritage Committee and the Committee of Adjustment, and Eric Fournie's letter of resignation from the Committee of Adjustment. As a municipal public servant for 17 years, with an additional 3 years of service to the province of Ontario, I have accepted the fact that my actions are 100% public-facing. I also accept that letters such as these become a part of the public process that I have dedicated my career to. But what I do not accept are letters that take a career and publicly tarnish it with erroneous statements about interference and the changing of town documents. I am confident that the clerk and myself both acted with good governance, transparency at the forefront by instilling policy, procedures, and professionalism to a committee that was appointed by council. With council's willingness, please let the minutes of this session show my disappointment with the accusations presented in both of these letters.
Thank you. Does any other member of council have anything to say?
Well said, Mike.
Yes. And we support you.
That's appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Schedule A.
So,
No.
so there was, did council want to give direction at this time for the procedure bylaw? Or want me to just bring it back next meeting to ask for it to be added at that time?
Go ahead.
If you can do it simply without terribly much alteration from our existing procedural bylaw, but the one thing I think should be clear is the Committee of Adjustment does not have the ability to, quote, reserve. They must go in camera, if they ever go in camera, on the basis of the provisions of the Municipal Act. And I can't imagine a circumstance where that would be necessary, frankly.
But that is also applicable to every other committee, which is not, is that not covered in our procedural bylaw?
I verbalized it. Okay, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Sorry, I missed that, Elaine.
All our committees are bound by the procedural bylaw that speaks to going in camera.
Mm-hmm.
So in camera and reserve are different.
They are very different.
And so saying what's allowed and saying what's not allowed is what we're,
Well, if you go in camera, you have to do so on the basis of certain
Criteria.
criteria that is very narrowly and precisely described.
yes.
Whereas to reserve, quote unquote, you just get to go behind closed doors.
So
so-
we should state in our procedural bylaw, full stop, that reserve is not an allowable
I don't think we have.
position. I don't know.
Right, except, okay, so we have a procedural bylaw for all of our committees, and I'm just thinking about the Heritage Committee, which I sat in on a meeting last night, and the RAC Committee that I sit on. The decisions are not made like they are in the Planning and the Committee of Adjustment. I think it would be helpful for the Committee of Adjustment to have a separate document, because the occasion's never going to arise. But as the mayor says, the occasion could arise if there was something that was of a private nature that was, I don't know, because they're property owners and they're like, maybe there's something that somehow could come out that you would want to do. But with respect to the deliberations, private deliberations as a group, that's
not on.
That's not on.
That's not allowable on any committee.
Unless you take these letters that have some reference in there to indicate, and this is what the mayor was just talking about, bringing up quasi-judicial tribunals and their various rules and regulations and covering by the Statutory Procedural Act, then there's room in there there clearly is room in there for interpretation for some people, and it would be really nice if we could be clearer for some people. So
Okay.
maybe having our own document. So I think it's worthwhile having a look at it for sure. And I hate to add to the list, but I do think this one should go on the top of the list, because I think it should be easy. It's hot on your mind right now as to what has to happen. Is that okay if we put that?
And
right
this
up there?
comes because of that quasi-judicial cloud people want to put on it.
Yeah. Fred, I think this is a cut and paste from our procedural bylaw.
It's a project that will take some staff resources, but I don't think it'll be, I was looking for a different word, but that'll work. Inordinate. I don't think it'll be inordinate or as big as some of the other projects that council has asked staff to tackle.
Well, you and I can talk later, and I may be able to assist with a simple paragraph.
So does this get voted on to the unfinished business? Is that what we do here?
Yes, so do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
we'll make a motion to
Yeah,
add this to
Elaine
the
Capes
unfinished
and
business. However you want to
Council,
do that.
Sir David's getting late. Any opposed to the motion? We have added things to the list by way of motion. So going back to Schedule A, does anyone have anything to address, Councillor Capes?
I did just want to, I didn't prepare a motion for this, but I want to draw attention to number 11 and the push back on the province. I like how this motion is worded about what happens with all of these costs, and that the OPP costs that are being borne by rural municipalities is getting very expensive, and that the province needs to support the rural municipalities, and therefore, can we just endorse this? Thank you. Yeah?
So we make a motion to endorse this, Fred?
If I may suggest for council, that council for the town of Mono supports and endorses the resolution passed by the municipality of Tweed, calling on the province to implement sustained funding for small rural municipalities by reabsorbing the cost of the Ontario Provincial Police Force back into the provincial budget with no cost recovery to municipalities.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Does that mean we give up our POA revenue?
No.
It's not in that resolution, Your Worship.
No, but to absorb I think what they're saying is that they don't think a small municipality should pay for policing.
That's right.
But the reason we're paying for policing is that back in 1999, the deal was that in return for getting a bill for policing, we got the revenue from POA.
I think council could make the argument when the province lives up to its past obligations of $4 billion of uncollected POA.
Yeah, fair enough.
We could have that discussion between Meg and the Solicitor General.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I will move that.
okay.
Thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Davy.
Was that all on your list? Because that's 11, you went all the way down to the bottom. So just in,
We call that?
are we still talking about we voted?
Yeah, we haven't voted on it yet.
Okay. Because I just wanted to, small little, because it is about the police, in this package, number 6 was their annual report. And so, and I have been speaking to our residents about how, the costs of everything have gone up, apples and all that and everything, and including our did you read the report, that there's more people on the service and there's doing this, that, and the other thing. But then this one just jumped out at me because it's in the news all of the time. Did anybody else read this, and am I wrong? They said 30,000 cars were stolen in Ontario in 2023.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And 99 were recovered.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was a shocking number. So I think they got
They
to
get
increase
driven
their
into
efforts or something.
containers and off to the Port of Montreal they go.
Nuts.
The other big thing that's happened is that cars are being stolen, but there's an element of violence with them now that it didn't used to be. It used to be a matter of stealing your key fob or something, and now they're breaking into houses and at the point of a gun, insisting you give them the keys. I have personal experience with it, and this is very frightening. It changes the ballgame.
So how does that fit with the motion? Like
I just wanted to point out that on the one hand, the report looks really good, that they're increasing, and that's why things cost money. I don't like the fact that that the downloading and that yes, somebody has to pay for it and we can't afford it. So I support number 11, but number 6 just brings up all sorts of issues of how difficult policing has become in our modern world.
Right, but don't we need to close the motion on number 11?
Yeah, now we can
Yeah.
vote. Sure, I just
Oh,
want to say.
sorry.
So all those in favor of the motion on the floor? It's carried. I just add to the comment about the OPP report. CBC has reported twice this week about the number of cases that are withdrawn due to delay. And the suggestion is that more cases are actually dropped than are proceeded with due to the inefficiency of the courts. And that is very, very concerning, and I can personally attest to the inefficiency of the courts.
Again.
Okay, anything else on Schedule A?
No, that was just number 12, approve it.
Okay. We have approved, I think we did that motion going into.
No, I know, it's just that's what.
Oh, okay. Do I have a motion to adopt Schedule A? Elaine Cape, seconded by Fred Nix. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. Reports of members of council, staff, projects. Who wants to go first? Fred?
Andrew, do you have that picture that I gave you 2 or 3 weeks ago? I just want to make a quick report to council.
I do have it, yes.
Could you put it up on the screen? As council may remember, the Headwater Streams Committee tried a number of projects to control Phragmites. One of them was a complete failure, and it was in a stormwater management pond owned by the town of Orangeville, and we had put tires on top. We cut the Phragmites, tarped it, and put tires to hold it down, and it didn't work. So we were left with a mess, and I want to personally thank Karen Morrison. She had a couple of volunteers. They were in there a couple of weeks ago, and remember I asked the town if we could use the town's truck? Karen went in there, and she got 55 tires out of that pond. I believe Orangeville Parks is going to come back down and pick them up. But Karen, thank you so much for all that work.
Yeah, wow.
Yes.
Machine, man.
Fantastic.
That's amazing.
Okay. Any other council reports? I'm not seeing anything. Okay. Les, do you have a report?
He's got enough reporting for today.
Matt?
Yeah, a couple quick things. Public Works received an optimization report from Brookfield Developments and their consultant a couple weeks ago. Staff have since reviewed it and discussed it with the town's engineer and their consultants, and have provided a formal response to Brookfield, which we're awaiting their response, and we're hoping to have a meeting before Christmas.
Matt, what's an optimization report?
The wastewater treatment plant, sorry. Yeah, so looking for options and solutions to move forward.
To make it work.
Yes, so we've reviewed it. We're letting them probably about a week before we hear back, and the hope is we could meet with them sometime the week of the 9th or the 16th of December before they submit their second submission. Happy to report that we received a grant from the Municipal Emergency Readiness Grant from the county. So it's $12,500, or 50% of the actual cost. So that's improvement for emergency management. So happy to report that. Klondike Forest Track, they're just wrapping up the last few logs, the harvester. So that should be wrapped up by the end of the week, and they'll be moving to the Aikens track and the 1926 tracks. So hopefully get that wrapped up as well before Christmas. And operations is all ready to go. We got 2 more staff ready to come fill in before we're full in the swing. 2 staff remaining, but we're all ready to go for the Friday. Sounds like we're starting to get somewhere, so we're prepared and ready to go.
Matt, who's doing the forestry work north of the Burns Cemetery? Is that the town?
No, it's not the town. They do have, they did request, they did work through the planning, with the planning department for permitting and whatnot, but they're within what they're allowed to do.
So it's private property, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an extension of the Burns Cemetery
Okay, I
property.
wondered.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're making more space or what the plan is there, but
Okay.
yeah, I know they've been working away there for the last few weeks anyway,
Getting
or
some
more.
good wood out of it. Okay.
Okay.
Kimberly?
The last little while, as I'm sure you're aware, has been very much focused on budget. So I've been busy with that. Staff-wise, I'm pleased to let council know that the position for part-time cleaning staff within our department within recreation has now been filled. It was filled by a gentleman from a retired platoon chief with the Toronto Fire Department, and his name is Dan Fraser. We're thrilled to have him on board. He's been a great help so far in weekend cleaning at the halls, as well as assistance for Dave Mikowski, our lead maintenance and trails, and a lot of other projects that Dave's got going on. So I really feel like we hit gold with this one. So anyways, you'll probably see Dan around. Great guy. Please say hi to him. And wanted to let you know that I've just received an email that there is a new seniors grant out there. So I'm going to do some more research into that, but I do have a few ideas rolling around in my head. It's for anywhere from $1,000 to $25,000 for bringing programs for seniors is one of the categories. So leave that with me, and I'll bring back more information on that as I find out. But I do have a couple of thoughts brewing around for that one.
Swimming pool.
Thank you, Fred.
$25,000.
It's true.
Fred.
25 will get us the study done.
So I'm just curious if anyone from council has registered for the Roma conference. I know, Your Worship, that you have,
Unless I can't go.
Unless you can't go.
unless you,
Why can't you go?
Because of the budget.
Because of the budget. Oh.
so,
No, I get sick every time I go. I want to go to AMO instead.
When is Roma again?
Roma's January 19th to the 21st down in Toronto.
Right, that's the one I went to.
At the Sheridan, yeah.
Yeah. Too far in advance for me to know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, where's AMO going to be this year?
Toronto, I think.
Is it?
Or I
Oh,
hope
then
it's
guess
not
it's-
London,
I'm not sure. I was assuming it was going to be back in Ottawa again,
maybe.
but I don't know if I can find out.
Okay, Michael, anything?
I'm fine, Your Worship. Thanks for everything today with everybody.
Melinda, anything?
I had a bunch of stuff, but time's passed, so. No, I don't have anything to add in particular. I did, like I mentioned a couple times, I did go to the Heritage Committee meeting last night, and it was a delight. They've got lots on the ball and some exciting initiatives coming up. And our RAC, if anybody out there is listening, wanting to volunteer, we need volunteers because we can't get quorum, and we haven't had a meeting for a while. But of course, Winterfest is coming up after Christmas, February 2nd, so put that in your calendar. And CDRC is ticking along, as I mentioned, going to go and get Les's number. And you had Harvest Euchre. Yes, and yeah, I was not there. So yeah, that's it.
It's important to support our volunteers at the Pollinator Garden. As you know, the garden is run entirely by volunteers. So we had a volunteer lunch. It was at the farm last week ago, Thursday. Had 19 people there. This was really the core of the people that come on Tuesday mornings and Thursday mornings. And the entry requirement was that they brought some food. And they brought 320 pounds of food for the food bank. And a good time was had by all.
Thank you, and I have nothing to report.
I got one more.
Yes.
I went last Friday to the Housing and Homelessness Forum put on by the county.
Yeah, excellent.
It was very good. Carol Barber was the organizer who works for the county. I would like to report on what I heard, but honest to goodness, the number of programs, the number of people, it's so complicated that I just sat there with my head swimming. But there's some bad news. We have some encampments.
Yeah.
We have some people in those encampments that are getting some social assistance, but we have about half of them that are refusing. But we have a bunch of other programs. For example, they gave an account of how that ship at 236
Yeah.
First Street is working, and they filled, the county rents 10 of those
Yeah.
rooms. They've put people in there, so the number of people on the by the name list, it's gone down a bit. There's still too many people on it than we would like. But it was a good forum, and I hope someday I learn about all these different programs the county has to get people into houses.
Can I? Thank you for bringing that forward. And, about this encampment approach with handcuffs, People need housing, not handcuffs. This is not a criminal activity, and that is what the province wants to do. So again, you know, that guy downtown.
We're not using handcuffs in deference. In fact, the police who were at the forum, if there's no room available and they're on public land, one of the encampments is on MTO land, they leave them there.
Yeah, it's just, it's not a criminal offense. It is a housing crisis issue. I was going to attend today a housing forum, a workshop online run by the Canadian Alliance to End Housing, which is where our Director of Community Services now is.
You're right.
And it was, so, you know, what's next? So what are we going to do about housing? So, but it was at 1:30, so I missed it. So hopefully, because I registered, I'll get a recording. Anyway, that's a really good organization if you want to follow them, the CAEH, to know what's going on.
Thank you. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Mono in session 2024, held on the 26th of November 2024, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposed to that? And just before I call for the adjournment, I just want to thank staff for all the hard work you've done on the budget and your patience with us, and job well done today.
Yes. I think you made the process work really well by this method, and I really appreciate that.
And I have a motion that we
I have
adjourn.
one comment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I omitted to mention, and this is really important for all of the volunteers, that our CAO, Mike Dunmore, arrived for lunch, and that was very much appreciated. However, he did not bring any food because he did not want to support the council.
It's a bit of give and take.
So I think I dropped the food off on the staff table before I went to the pollinator appreciation day.
That's
It
what
was,
hurt-
it was
that-
important for staff to know that I didn't fluff up council's numbers.
That's what bothered me.
Okay, I have a motion that we adjourn at 1 minute past 3. Mover, Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? Seeing some, no, seeing none. Thank you very much again, everyone.